Go for it.
Hare Krishna, Dhanava Pranams. Going to sing the Radha Chinta Niveshana, written by our Param Guru Dev Srila Bhakti Pragyan Keshav Goswami Maharaj. Radha Chinta Niveshana Yasya Kanti Vilapita Shri Krishna Charanam Vande Radha Linkita Vigraham Sevya Sevaka Sambhage Dvayorbedha Kuto Bhavet Vipralambe Tu Sarvasya Bedha Sadar Virardhate Chilila Mitunam Tatvam Beda Bedam Achinchakam Shakti Shakti Madorakyam Yuga Padvartate Sada Tatvam Ekam Param Vidyam Vilayata Dvitastitam Gora Krishna Swayam Yetat Uphavupayam Apnuta Sarve Varnaya Travishta Gora Kantir Vikashate Sarva Varnena Hinastu Krishna Varna Prakashate Sagunam Nirgunam Tatvam Ekam Eva Dvitiyakam Sarvani Jagunai Gora Krishna Rasastu Nirgunai Shri Krishna Mitunam Brahma Tyatvatu Nirgunam Hitat Upasate Mishavigya Yatatu Shavakatina Shivinoda Vihariyo Radhaya Militoyata Tadham Vandanam Kuryam Saraswati Prasadata Radha Chinta Nip Veshanam Yasya Kantir Vilopita Jai Radha Vinod Vihari Radha Vinod Vihari Radhe Jaya Radha Vinod Vihari Radha Vinod Vihari Radhe Jaya Guru Deva Jaya Guru Deva Jaya Guru Deva Jaya Guru Deva Jaya Prabhupada Jaya Prabhupada Jaya Prabhupada Jaya Prabhupada Haribol, 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 Gaura Haribol, Jai Shri Gaura Premanande, Haribol.
Thank you. Thank you guys for the last minute kind of coming in earlier than what you were expecting to. Let's start with Jai Dwani. Jai Shri Shri Gauranga Gandharika Giridhari Radha Vinod Bihari Radha Madhav Kishore Gopinath Ju Ki Jai Nitilla Pravishta Om Vishnupada Stotra Sat Shishima Shila Bhakti Jivanacharya Goswami Maharaj Shila Guru Maharaj Ki Jai Nitilla Pravishta Om Vishnupada Stotra Sat Shishima Shila Bhakti Vedanta Narayan Goswami Maharaj Shila Gurudev Ki Jai Nitilla Pravishta Om Vishnupada Stotra Sat Shishima Shila Bhakti Vedanta Vamuka Swami Maharaj Ki Jai Nitila Pravishta Om Vishnupada Stotra Sat Shishima Shila Bhakti Vedanta Trivikram Goswami Maharaj Ki Jai Nitila Pravishta Om Vishnupada Stotra Sat Shishima Shila Bhakti Vigyam Bharati Goswami Maharaj Ki Jai Nitila Pravishta Om Vishnupada Stotra Sat Shishima Shila Guru Govinda Goswami Maharaj Ki Jai Nitila Pravishta Om Vishnupada Stotra Sat Shishima Shila Bhakti Vedanta Swami Maharaj Shila Prabhupada Ki Jai Nitila Pravishta Om Vishnupada Stotra Sat Shishima Shila Bhakti Kamal Sudan Goswami Maharaj Param Guru Maharaj Ki Jai Nitila Pravishta Om Vishnupada Stotra Sat Shishima Shila Bhakti Pragyana Kesha Goswami Maharaj Param Gurudev Ki Jai Nitila Pravishta Om Vishnupada Stotra Sat Shishima Shila Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Prabhupada Jagat Gurudev Ki Jai Jagat Gurudev Ki Shab Parikar Ki Jai Nitila Pravishta Mahabhagat Paravasya Gaukashras Babji Maharaj Ki Jai Nitila Pravishta Satchidanand Bhakti Vinod Thakur Ki Jai Nitila Pravesh Vaishya Sarvabhauma Jagadadas Babji Maharaj Ki Jai Shri Nortam Srinivas Shyamal Prabhu Ki Jai Shri Bhadavadabhushma Prabhu Ki Jai Shri Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur Ki Jai Shri Vrindavan Das Thakur Ki Jai Shri Krishnas Kaviraj Goswami Prabhu Ki Jai Shri Rup Sanatan Bhatta Raghunath Shri Jiva Gopal Das Raghunath Goswami Prabhu Ki Jai Shri Sar Damdar Rai Ramanand Kaur Prasad Vrinda Ki Jai Namachar Shri Haridas Thakur Ki Jai Prem Sakosh Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Ki Jai Shri Navadip Dham ki jai, Mayapur Dham ki jai, Shri Shri Radha Krishna Go Govardhan Smak Shivraj Mandal ki jai, Shri Radha Kund Sham Kund Ganga Yamuna Tulsi Bhakti Devi ki jai, Shri Purnamasi Yog Maya ki jai, Shri Gopeshwar Mahadev ki jai, Shri Giriraj Maharaj ki jai, Shri Kshetra Mandal ki jai, Shri Jagannath Baldev Subhadra Sudarshan Chu ki jai, Sarva Vigna Vinashna Shringadev ki jai, Bhakti Pravad Prahlad Maharaj ki jai, Char Dham, Char Sampradaya, Char Acharya ki jai, Akramat Shri Chetan Mat ki jai, Shri Keshav Jamat Tat Sat Samuch ki jai, Grantaraj Srimad Bhagavatam ki jai, Shri Ramnami ki jai, Shri Bhakti Ballav Tirtha Goswami Maharaj ki jai, Shri Śrīpāda Bhaktivedanta Tridaṇḍī Mahārāja ki jai, Ananta Koti Vaishnava Vrinda ki jai, Samakt Bhakta Vrinda ki jai, Shri Nitāya Gaura Premanande, Hari Hari Bol. Dandavat pranams, everyone, offering my humble obeisances at the lotus feet of Srila Gurudev and my Guru Maharaj and the entire Rupanuga Guru Varg. Today is an auspicious day of Ram Navami, and many of us in India are celebrating, have celebrated in the afternoon, and those, some in the West celebrated yesterday, etc. I just wanted to, I wasn't going to actually speak, and Tarun Prabhu's organized this program, but I wanted to just say a couple of things before we started this program, is that Śrīpāda Tridaṇḍī Mahārāja has been a massive influence to the Bhakti Zoom Seva team. And we've always sought guidance from him when it came to any programs. And today I feel really a bit of mixed emotions, because I'm thinking that normally we would go and ask Tridaṇḍī Mahārāja what kind of program should we have, and today we would normally see him on the screen laughing or smiling and you know, something. But today I'm feeling very like sad that he's not on he's not on the screen. However, I do want to say that Maharaj has been an influential role in a lot of people that have met him, those that hear his Harikatha, those that know him, have formed a bond beyond any comparison. And also he's always put so much emphasis on the sadhan and being able to do our sadhan so well that we are, you know, we have nothing else to worry about. And Maharaj was like this. And so I'm just wanted to say, like, the Bhakti Zoom Seva team, I mean, there's not many of us left, but the Bhakti Zoom Seva team are forever grateful for him, his influence, his love, affection, you know, reciprocation, his telling offs, many things. And I'm hoping that we'll be able to celebrate and highlight all of these wonderful qualities that Maharaj had in these two programs. And Madhukar Prabhu in the morning is speaking with many devotees that are, you know, can join that morning program. So, you know, anytime you guys, if there's anyone in India that has an opportunity to or wants to speak on that program, also Madhukar Prabhu is available. So please do also reach out to, and you can reach out to any one of us and we'll try and arrange that program as well. So today we have many wonderful disciples, wonderful disciples of Srila Gurudev, and many senior disciples who would be offering the Pushpanjali, and Nityananda Prabhu will take over hosting, and then followed by Tarun Prabhu. I'm offering my humble obeisances at Maharaji, and that hopefully will go to Srila Gurudev. So, Dandavat pranams, and thank you all for joining. Hari 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 Bol. Nityananda Prabhu, is over to you.
Yeah, Hari Bol. So it's, yes, it's, you know, starting to hit me already, because you were correct. We're used to seeing Maharaj's camera on and in the background when we're doing these programs. Anyhow, we'll start with the first speaker for today, so that way we don't delay more than we have already. And if I'm correct, today we have first speaker will be Ananta Kṛṣṇa Prabhu.
No, it's Śyāmalī Maharāja.
Oh, okay, we have Śyāmalī Maharāja here. Jai Maharaj, Hari Bol. Pranams.
Hare Krishna. Pranams.
Okay, so yes, we have here Śyāmalī Maharāja speaking. He spends a lot of years with Maharaj, conducting different programs. So we're ready to hear some of the jewels that Maharaj wants to share with us today. Maharaj, stand is all yours. Please delight us. And
Om Jnana-timirandasya Gyananjana Shalakaya Chakshurmitam Jena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadha Shivasari Gaura Bhaktarinda Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. My pranams to my beloved masters, Nitilila Pravishta, Srila Gaur Govinda Maharaj, to Nitilila Pravishta, Srila Bhaktivedanta Narayana Goswami Maharaj, to Nitilila Pravishta, Srila Bhakti Bhārāti Goswami Maharaj, to Nitilila Pravishta, Srila Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada, to all our Rupanuga Guru Vargas, to all the Vaishnavas and Vaishnavis, Hare Krishna, and of course especially to Srila Bhaktivedanta Tridaṇḍī Mahārāja, who we are remembering and offering our satsang pranams at his feet. So I'd like to just start with a quote by Srila Bhakti Goswami Maharaj, and he's saying that we can attain the unattainable and inconceivable Kṛṣṇa by serving the Vaishnavas. Simply remembering the name of a Vaishnava constitutes as service unto him. So there's many reasons we're here today. The main reason is to glorify Srila Bhaktivedanta Tridaṇḍī Mahārāja, because by doing that, we know that Gurudev is pleased, because many of the disciples of Gurudev are like flowers on a garland, so many different kinds of flowers on that garland. And they all make up that one garland that is of Gurudev's disciples, and of course of his friends and followers, and so many, such a broad net Gurudev has. So certainly Maharaj was one of those very fragrant and blossoming flowers. And certainly it was my great privilege to have spent and have his association. I would say that our relationship with Maharaj was very colorful. He was a very colorful person. And he was always ready to be excited, to be enthusiastic, to be ready for action, and at the same time determined and convinced and convicted of his service to Gurudev. So he was always, I would say that his service to Gurudev was his prime focus, how to please Gurudev, and that really came across in his talks. Because from the moment I met him many years ago, when I came to Vrindavan, I think, probably in 1990, when he was in the Gurukul, and I was traveling around Braj. I had found a motorcycle and I was traveling around Braj doing parikrams. And Maharaj was there because Govi, his son, was in the Gurukul. And I would often bump into Maharaj, and he was even then so enthusiastic about the Śrīmād Bhagavatam. So he had read the Śrīmād Bhagavatam so many times and is so enthusiastic about it that it had rubbed off onto me. And I was also became enthusiastic about reading the Śrīmād Bhagavatam. And that was his nature. He was enthusiasm personified, wanting others to taste what he was tasting. And it came to the point that he had, I don't know how many programs. This was obviously later on when we were living in Godroom. And I got to see the side of him where he's constantly talking to people, constantly on Zoom calls, or constantly in group sessions. And it was going from one to the next to the next. And then even he was doing the Vraj Mandal Parikram, a virtual Vraj Mandal Parikram. And he asked me, can you also speak? Because for me to do this every day for a few hours, it's difficult for me physically. And I saw him at the end of the month. Well, I was with him every day. But basically, his whole day was a meditation about how he was going to serve the devotees in this way. And what was so important to him was that devotees would get the teachings of Rupa Goswami, which is obviously what Gurudev was teaching us. So he wanted to infuse into each person. And if he felt any person wasn't getting it, then he wanted to take time to help them get the mission of Sri Rupa Goswami, to get Mahaprabhu's mission. And I think he must have printed so many handouts, so many maps, so many japa retreats, so many recordings, so people could get what Mahaprabhu has come to give. Those three desires, he told me that he first heard that from Srila Gauragovinda Maharaj. That he said, oh, I first started to digest what Srila Gauragovinda Maharaj is saying, and then Gurudev came, Srila Bhaktivedanta Narayan Maharaj, and continued that. And what was fascinating was that many people, even a few days ago, just on the disappearance day of Maharaj, I was in Radhakund, and I met somebody. We were taking prasad together. I didn't know he was a devotee. And he was asking me, oh, what are you doing? And I said, oh, I'm Srila Tridaṇḍī Mahārāja has left, and we're going to do a celebration. And he says, oh, I don't know him. And I said, yes, he did audiobooks. And he said, audiobooks? Oh, did he do the audiobook on these Jaiva Dharma and all these different books? And I said, yes. He said, oh, I didn't know that was Tridaṇḍī Mahārāja. I didn't even know his name, but I've listened to those books maybe 30 to 40 times, those recordings, those audio recordings. So I think many people know about Maharaj, but they don't know his name. And so he gave basically his whole self. And that's what I saw. That was so incredible, that he gave his very self to serve Gurudev. And even we would argue, me, Yashoda, and Tridaṇḍī Mahārāja, there was three of us. He was in one corner, and me and Yashoda were in another corner, trying to get Maharaj to take care of his health. And so this kind of fireworks was going on at times, and Maharaj would become very stubborn and he wouldn't talk to us. And it became like we wanted to serve Maharaj, but we could only push and convince him so much. And then he had his own idea. But it was that determination to serve, and that determination to continue to give everything. And I saw that again with Gurudev and him when he was standing up one time in Radhastami, and Gurudev said, you stand up and speak. So Maharaj stood up and spoke. And there's only a few Vaishnavas, sannyasis, Didis who have stood up on the order of Gurudev and spoke. And so Gurudev was so pleased with him, with his presentation of Sri Rādhā. And I remember Govi, his son, standing next to me, saying, that's the first time I've really understood Radha Tattva. So this was a beautiful way that Maharaj had in communicating these very deep topics. He made it simple enough that everybody could understand. And not only that, he was so eager for them to understand more. I remember in Gopinath Bhavan, he was giving a class, and he was so enthusiastic that everybody should understand the 5 Gitas in the 10th canto. And just driving this point again and again and again, that how important Rupa Goswami's teachings are, and that we shouldn't miss this opportunity. So we had many wonderful times together, me and Maharaj, and Yashoda was also there, although he was in England and we were both in Godroom. It was a beautiful exchange of friendship, and that grew and grew and grew. And what was beautiful about that friendship, and that's what I see with Maharaj, is that even though there was tension, disagreement, frustration, anger, it always seemed to smooth out in the end. I don't know how it happened, but Maharaj was sometimes just fighting with the situations, and then it would work out, and everybody would actually feel closer to each other. So these are really, oh yes, and I'm just remembering one more story about Maharaj's care and compassion. So I was sleeping, Maharaj was sleeping, and then someone's banging on the door and I don't hear it. This is in Godroom. And Maharaj gets up and he goes outside and he's looking around, what's happening, what's happening. And what has actually happened is that there's a big well outside the house, and a dog had fallen in this well. And all these people were around. This must have been about 1 o'clock in the morning, but all the people were around the well looking at the dog, which was scrambling to try to stay alive in the water. And it must have been there for about 15 minutes doing this. So then Maharaj comes, bangs on my door, says, wake up, wake up, wake up. So I wake up, and then he brings me to the well, and there's the dog there. And Maharaj says, so what are we going to do? This dog is about to die, he's drowning. So no one wanted to touch the dog. So I leant down over the well and picked the dog up, because the thing is about dogs in India, you don't know whether they're going to bite you or not. So I left down, picked the dog up and put it on the side. And Maharaj was so grateful that this dog didn't actually leave its body. And that's what also I saw about Maharaj, his attention to all the living entities in Godroom, in Braj, in all these different places, that he was always caring, compassionate, thoughtful, as we've probably heard from other devotees, saving trees, saving devotees, always taking care to make sure the devotees, when they're going, they've got everything they need. So his caring nature was a very beautiful part of him. And I feel that he's always wanting us to dive deeper into the teachings of Rupa Goswami. So I'm going to conclude here. And I'm so grateful to have a few minutes to talk about Śrīpāda Tridaṇḍī Mahārāja, and pray that we can continue to serve him by serving the devotees, by propagating Sri Rupa Goswami's teachings and Srila Gurudev's teachings. Hare Krishna.
Wow,
Thank you.
Maharaj. Wow, we're very grateful for this glorification and to hear all these pastimes. Yeah, you know, I had the same impression from Maharaj, that he had this love for the animals, for the people that they needed to be taken care of. And he showed that
Yes.
making guides,
Yes.
making these maps, diagrams, resumes. Yes, he was also always trying to drill to me like, oh yes, you have to learn this shloka, you have to learn this, the meaning of Mahaprabhu, why he came here, what he came to give, and all that. So that was, yes, that's Maharaj for us. We have to
Thank
carry
you.
now the torch for him. So thank you, Maharaj, for your time, for this
Hare Krishna.
wonderful in glorification of Tridaṇḍī Mahārāja. And now we're changing to Ananta Krishna. Haribol, Privyet. Yes, you can
Radhe
unmute.
Radhe. Can
So
you hear
please,
me?
if you can tell something about Maharaj.
Yeah, we can.
Um,
You're staying in
okay.
India or somewhere else?
Radhe Radhe to all the devotees. Yeah, I'm currently speaking from Radha Kund, and I was invited by Śrīpāda Prabhu to speak something about the glories of Tridaṇḍī Mahārāja, and I honestly don't feel quite qualified, or I'm not very senior or anything like that. And it was really wonderful to hear something from Tapasvi Maharaj, and just take a few minutes to try and, for my own purification, give some remembrance or glorification of Tridaṇḍī Mahārāja. So, Om Ajnanatirandhasya Jnana Chanchalakaya Chakshurunmilitam Jena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha. Gurave Gaurachandraya Radhikāya Tadālaya Krishnāya Krishna Bhaktaya Tadbhaktaya Namo Namaha. Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Shivasati Gaura Bhakta Vrinda. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Offering my Dandavat pranams to my Gurudev, Śrīpāda Tridaṇḍī Mahārāja, and to the whole Gaudiya Rupanuga Guru-varga, and especially to Śrīpāda Tridaṇḍī Mahārāja, Srila Tridaṇḍī Mahārāja, Bhaktivedanta Tridaṇḍī Mahārāja, and also to all the devotees that are present, headed by Bhaktivedanta Tapasvi Mahārāja. And yeah, just saying that it's so wonderful that so many of us have been touched by such a wonderful personality as Mahāraji. And I had the good fortune to first meet him, and also Tapasvi Mahārāja, actually, in Kodrum, in Surabhi Kunj, sorry. When I went to Mayapur for the first time, which was about 7 years ago. It's the only time I've been, but they were staying in a wonderful bhajan kutir right in the place where Bhaktivinoda Thakur wrote the Jaiva Dharma. And I remember just being taken there by one other senior devotee that we were with, and it was such a mystical and special experience that I always remember very fondly. We came in, it was the evening time. I think we'd been doing some parikram that day around the Gaurapanini parikram, and Maharaji welcomed us in with such a broad smile, and he was so delighted to just start sharing so many jewels that he had stored. I actually remember the first thing he described to us was the Brahma Gayatrī. He gave a very Rasik explanation of the purport of the Brahma Gayatrī, and I was completely taken away. And yeah, I'd never heard such an in-depth and beautiful explanation of this mantra that I was just about to receive. Actually, I was just about to get Diksha. I hadn't already got it yet. And I just got very fortunate to be given that Śrīpāda Mahārāja. And I didn't see him again for many years, up until just about 2 years ago. I started living in Rādhā, and not very long ago, maybe a few months ago, I found out that he's my next door neighbor. So sometimes going over to take his darshan, or just spend some time, any spare moment I have. I'm currently living with my family, so it's a bit busy with the baby, and yeah, but it's always so joyful and blissful to be in his presence. And I just wanted, that reminds me of one thing that I wanted to bring up, is that any devotees or like Vaishnavas, we should never believe that they die, because in actuality none of us die. Like, we've all heard this in the Gita, but I heard in Qatar a few times that when gurus or Vaishnavas leave their body, or create this pastime, you could say, then it's actually a mercy on the rest of us, and it's their kindness. And it's a very difficult thing to reconcile, but the reason why is because it reminds us of what we should be doing with our lives. Been given this opportunity in this human body, and it's, as we've been told, the best form of life to perform bhajan, Kṛṣṇa bhajan, and perfect our existence. And so, like Vaishnavas, like Śrīpāda Tridaṇḍī Mahārāja, they dedicated their lives to, like Yaśasvinī Mahārāja was saying, to propagating this bhajan. And I just had this little book that Mahārāja gave me. It's actually just like a little excerpt of the Chaitanya Charitamrita about the confidential reasons for the appearance of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. It contains that verse that Mahārāja was describing. So, like you can see, he just gave me this out of he was just constantly, expressing his deep attachment to bhajan and trying to impress that upon everyone. So for that reason, we should never believe that he's lost to us. If we can try and remember his instructions and his deep affection for the Divine Lord and for his own Gurudev, then he's always with us. And I'll just leave it there, because I don't want to take up too much time. So, Rādhā Rādhā.
Yeah, Radhe Radhe. Thank you, Prabhu. Wow. You're so fortunate that Maharaj gave you this booklet that he himself self-published. Yeah, I also had a similar experience with him in India, where he gave me a CD of Jaiva Dharma. So he used to do this a lot. He will go and up to people and try to help them spiritually progress. And that's the real meaning of a Siksha Guru, someone who wants to help you connect with your Guru and help you learn everything that you must be aware of in your spiritual journey. So thank you very much for sharing. And now we are changing countries to Gāyatrī Didi. Hari Bol, Gāyatrī Didi. Where are you from? Where are you staying now? Still in India or back to the West? Oh, mute. You are muted.
It's okay now.
Yes, we can hear you perfectly.
Hare
Bol.
Krishna, everyone. Dandavat, everyone. Jai Gurudev. Yeah, I see many times you doing programs. How's everything? Everything nice. So let's we go to glorify our dear and most beautiful teacher. I can't say God brother, but he is more not only God brother, he is very friendly person and he's very loving person, but he has so many high qualities. Oma Gyanati Mirandasa Janakana Shalaka Chakshurumitanaya Yastanasreshu Gurave Namaha. My Dandavat Pranam to our Srila Gurudev and my unlimited Dandavat to our Srila Prabhupada and all of our Guru Varga to give me chance to how I speak to Maharaj. Really, I'm not feeling to speak like for he's gone. Really, it's very, very suddenly happened. And like maybe 3 days ago, I speaking for, okay, Maharaj, I'm coming to Rathakund. Now I will stay there. As last year I stay. But really, Maharaj, for us, I don't want to speak only for what we lost. We lost, yeah, big things because we can't do Chaitanya Charitamrita and Rai Ramana Sandat, which one started. We can't listen anymore continuously, but I think he with Krishna some agreement. I'm translating like this way, commentary, my speculative mind, giving to peace this situation, for maybe he did like this for we come more together as a Gurudev disciple or who loves him or who listen him. We come and do something continue. We have to learn more because like I remember when Gurudev want to go, also people know like devotees know like crying like this. Then Gurudev said, what? I have to continue stay like your parents here and you stay a baby? I have to go for you people grow up by missing way like this. I think Maharaj also one of our symbolic and nice friendly teacher for us who push it for Jaiva Dharma special. We learn and Chaitanya Charitamrita, but we have to more go deep and understand and discuss. He pushing for we go deep as much we can. That is, he is not so much caring, but he everyone. And when he gone, after I realized, I'm thinking always with me or some 1-2 person, he is very friendly. But when after I listen, so many people all around in US, in Europe, he has so many shishas and even Gurudev disciples so close to him. And he with everyone friendly, like joking, hey, like friendly, like really like he's not taking. When we do Dandavat, and he always do Dandavat. And long time we have his association, but I never know he has before Narada Muni name. It's very, very funny because few time I remembering, I'm saying he's like Narada Muni when he say Brajamandala Parikrama every year. He's speaking and he all details, everything he knows, where, what. And he same time he calculation and speaking about Mahaprabhu's Leela some inside mentioning. He's like really like Narada Muni. I don't know who is our Tridaṇḍī Mahārāja, but really, but he's really very, very good Vaishnav. He showed us how to be humble and happy, and he's not caring his health really. Wherever I go, like I'm giving something like food, he loves like dry fruits from Himalaya, whatever. And he said, Gayatri, I don't have time. My health, you know, I'm not good. I can't speak. And I'm saying, okay, Dandavat, I disappear. And he said, you know, and he start about Giriraj speaking, about something saying, some book, like some lecture I'm taking. And he's speaking. He always say, I don't have to speak. I don't have time. But he's giving time every time. It's 1 hour, 1.5 hours, maximum he's speaking. He's not speak like 5-10 minutes. Like this type of personality, we have to learn really. We follow, and he's so deeply like showing how Gurudev moved. For that, I'm unlimited thankful to this personality. As Prabhupada, I remember before I'm rejecting Jesus Christ, I'm saying, oh, this is some religious people creating for, we have some hero and follow some rules. But when I get Prabhupada books like this, with Prabhupada, I understand who is really Jesus Christ. Similar happened when Gurudev came to take care of us, and we get this very big connection. After Gurudev, I realized who is really Prabhupada. Even have more space for understanding more. And similar, we have many another good Vaishnavas, but only I see Tridaṇḍī Mahārāja so deeply and focus. The focusness is giving me like, wow, I have to follow. I have to come like this. I want to be like him. He really good example for us. And he follow Gurudev every words, even carrying Ekadashi, sleeping, sadhana. He sleeps 7 o'clock, 7:30 maximum, and he wake up 1:30, and he chants 1 lakh till Arati. And when you near, like last year I'm nearby, similar, we everyone, the ashram, he make it like nice flowering ashram. Everyone wake up and night up, chup chap, we not connection, we not speaking, just chup chap chanting, and amazing that time and nice experience. Why we not follow this? I'm saying myself. And again, I'm coming far, again, laziness, again, going this grihastha life like this. I'm really thankful this type of personality we have this life for our goal, our focus, come more concentrate, and we follow what he's doing. He give it good example. And really, it's easy. Just we have to follow. I'm saying, please, Gurudev and all Guru Varga, please make me more strong as he's doing. Jaivadarva, he is reading not 108 times as Gurudev told, maybe more than, maybe he crossed 300. I don't know how much time I can speak, but Maharaj last year in September when I'm there, one small encouraging us, he have 2-3 shishas is there, that ashram, and he said, you do one day, in Rathashtami day, if you do full Ratha Kripa Kataksham, you will get very good vision. Some third eyes or some vision in your brain will open. And we 3 of us, we gone till finishing, we stay inside Ratha Kund, like till here. And we did lamination and reading. And when we did read, finish, it takes really like 7-8 hours. And when we gone home, the ashram, and we Dandavat Maharaj, we go near room, we say, we finish. And he said, full finish. It takes for me 3-4 days. I did this 3-4 days. Why, Gayatrī, you did like this? You are so cruel. Why you push everyone sit this much time in water? And we are laughing, but he said, that is good. But because of him, we done this. And really amazing, like another vision open, another softness came. We are very fortunate. We have this time Srila Prabhupada and our before also Bhaktivinoda Thakur to Rupa Goswami. And I not shy to say after Gurudev, really he showed us more details, more deep go and learn. And in my altar, just after Gaur Govinda Maharaj and Gurudev, he has in my altar already, because he is not ordinary Jiva Tattva. I can't say he is who, because I'm small to judge this, but he gave us a lot of, and I'm pleasing to this all Shakti to help us, for we follow as much possible to grow up. Thank you for giving this opportunity. Pancha Kalpatarupescha, Kripasidhvecha Patitanam Vaishnavunamo Namaha. Thank you,
Wow,
Maharaj, and all.
very beautiful. And yeah, it's so true, you know, we need help to understand who is pure devotee. We cannot do that by ourselves. And you know, so we cannot not know who Jesus is because we're not on his level. So we need Prabhupada to tell us. And we don't know who Prabhupada is, so we need Gurudev to tell us. We don't know who Gurudev is, then Nemi Mahārāja, you know, he can help that way. And that's why we need to have association with devotees who are higher than us, but still approachable, still closer to our level.
And you know, really it's some small topic I realize. When Maharaj gone, I see he's very close us and very simple, and he really Vaishnav's quality have. But I'm not recognizing that time. When he gone, that time I see, Are, I lost it, the things.
Mm-hmm. Yes, yes. That's the
And
case.
similar time we don't know, possible like, if we are lucky, possible like Kṛṣṇa come next to us and we not recognize.
It happens. It happens that way. That's why we need to have always association and always high association whenever possible. Anyhow, I'm very happy that you have this opportunity to express about Maharaj and to share your experiences. Thank you very much, Didi. And now we're going to Nemi Mahārāja. I don't see him around here. Is he connected?
I don't think he's on just yet, but I'm going to call him.
Okay, let's see. Maharaj is he in India or he in the West or somewhere else?
He's in Lithuania, I think.
Oh, Lithuania. Okay. He should have good internet there. So
He's here.
anyways, so we are having a lot of devotees still trying to get in touch for this Bhakti Zoom. There is already the schedule set, but if anybody will want to include their name, please contact Arun. See, we have already tomorrow the day, but if there is enough people, we might have to do a third day. Still hasn't been decided, but we'll see. Oh, I see Maharaj is there. Jai Nemi Mahārāja. I don't know if you can unmute. There. Perfect.
I start?
Yes.
Om Gāyatrī Didi Mahārāja. Chakshur Miltangena Tasmai Shri Gurve Namaha. Namah Vishnupadaya Kṛṣṇa Prasthaya Bhūdhara Śrīmate Bhaktivedanta Swami Niti Namane. Namah Vishnupadaya Radhikaya Priyatmane Shishimāda Bhaktivedanta Narayani Niti Namane. Vancha Kalpatarubhasya Kripasindhubhavacha Patitanam Pavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namah. Shri Kṛṣṇa Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Śyāmalī Didi Śrīpāda Tridaṇḍī Mahārāja. Hare Kṛṣṇa 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare. Offer my humble obeisances, Lord, the seat of my beloved Diksha Guru, Nityalila Pavishta Śrīmāda Bhaktivedanta Swami Mahārāja Srila Prabhupada. My beloved Shiksha and Sannyas Guru, Shri Rupanuga Śrīmāda Bhaktivedanta Narayana Goswami Mahārāja, beloved Gurudev. My beloved Shiksha Guru, Shri Bhakti Vigyam Bharati Maharaj, all our Rupanuga Guru Varga, and Dandavats to all devotees present. Hare Krishna. So, meeting to remember Pujabhad Śrī Bhaktivedanta Tridaṇḍī Mahārāja. I met him first when I first went to India in 1998 to become part of Srila Gurudev's Sangha. And we were working on books together. We worked for some time on Bhagavad Gita together. And then later on, when quite a big project was Jaiva Dharma. So I was also engaged in, I was engaged in editing, and Maharaj was kind of post-editing like that. So we were working together in that way. And we had a very friendly, very cordial relationship. We never traveled together, but I deeply appreciated I really admired the way that he took care of people. He wasn't like a spectacular preacher, as far as I know. He traveled quite widely, and he held his japa retreats, 1 week, solid chanting, like chanting a lakh a day, no talking at all, which had very profound impression on devotees. I remember one particular, he mentioned that he was ringing one devotee every day to make sure that he was, I don't know, getting up or something. There was some agreement between them. So he helped people, he helped devotees in a very personal way. He was very humorous, kind of soft-spoken. I was amazed how productive he was, how much he made audiobooks, for example, Jaiva Dharma, other of Srila Gurudev's books. He just got on with things and produced devotional materials that helped and inspired devotees and continue to help and inspire devotees. He was very strong in his faith in Gurudev. When I first, he'd been in ISKCON. He was Narada Muni in ISKCON. And then when he joined Srila Gurudev's Sangha, he was given the name Nandakishore Prabhu. And then later on, he received sannyas. He was very strong in his faith in Srila Gurudev. He was very strong in his practice. Gurudev told him, I wouldn't say we had a difference of opinion, but we had a difference of approach, because I'm coming from ISKCON and I still have some idea about preaching. And he said, well, I had a different instruction from Gurudev. My instruction was to do bhajan. And I don't know how many years he chanted 1 lakh, 64 rounds. But he was very, very solid in that. More recently, I met him in 2023, when he was living in Godrum. He was already having, there were some health challenges then. And then more recently, I understood that his health was actually declining. So when I've just come back from India now, I left at the end of February, and very soon after that, I went out with my godbrothers, Mahabodhi Prabhu and his brother Bopadev. So we went out together to visit Maharaj, and he was in like very, very good spirits. They had a program there, quite a lot of Bengali devotees gathered together, and we gave some Harikatha, Kirtan, some Prasad, and we were the 3 of us talking for some time, and then we went on a brief parikrama, Rādhā Kund, at that time, he gave, quite unexpectedly, he gave me a copy of Lalit, no, not Lalit Madhava, Vidagdha Madhava. So I had, I previously read Lalit Madhava. I really liked Lalit Madhava. Somehow or other I neglected Vidagdha Madhava. Vidagdha Madhava is by Srila Rupa Goswami, and it describes Radha Krishna pastimes in Braj. And Lalit Madhava is quite a different composition, describing pastimes in Dwaraka. A very puzzling composition, because Śrīmati Radhika appears as Satyabhama. And anyway, I won't go into details. But later, when I read the book, it was such an amazing gift. And he also gave me a bound copy of the 4th chapter of Adi Lila, Confidential Reasons for Lord Chaitanya's Descent. And he gave me a little copy of his own guide to Radha Kund. And then just a few days later, he had one disciple, Pradyumna Prabhu. And Pradyumna was giving a presentation on the structure of the universe. He's been doing a lot of research, so I came to see him. That time, Maharaj, he was just 2 days into a new regime, new diet regime, and he seemed a bit shaky at that time. So I stayed for some time and then left. And then 3-4 days later, Shroti Maharaj rang me and asked me if I'd heard the news about Maharaj. So I went to, once I understood what was happening, I went to try to join the party. I went to Giridhari Gaudiya Math, and the party had just left there with Maharaj's body. And they'd heard that the FRO had released the body for cremation. So I joined up with the party at the cremation ground. I haven't had anything to do with dead bodies. And it was a shock to Maharaj his body was laid out on the slab there. He was looking very, very peaceful. Tulsi on his eyelids and garlands. So they were just beginning the procedures then. They took off the hospital clothes, put on saffron vesh, dressed him up nicely. I was the oldest devotee there, so they asked me to put not sannyas mantra, but a samadhi mantra right on his chest, and a Hare Krishna Mahamantra. And then prior to that, they bathed him in holy water. And then we put tilak on 12 places. And then body was prepared, and they delivered, I was surprised, they delivered cow dung patties. And so they made a platform of cow dung patties, put ghee and camphor so that it would burn up nicely. And then very carefully, they carried Maharaj's body, placed him on the platform of cow dung patties, and applied a lot of ghee, and then piled the cow dung patties high over his body. And then little ceremonially lit the pyre in different places. And it began to burn quite fiercely. And we had kirtan for a long time. And then after some time, devotees said, the fire will burn for another hour and a half. So if some devotees need to go back home, then this would be a good time to do that, which I had to do because I had to get back to Vrindavan. We talk about missing, we talk about separation. Maharaj was agent of Srila Gurudev. Whatever we so many devotees, myself included, we've received so much from him. And whatever we've received from him is simply because he's following Srila Gurudev's instructions and like channeling Gurudev. He's a channel, if you like, for Srila Gurudev's Shakti, and continues to be so. Just like when Sri Guru departs, then Gurudev's instructions, especially, we should feel separation. Difference between missing and separation is that in separation we actually feel meeting. So whatever Maharaj has given us, his inspiration with practice, his help in our understanding Shastra, the contributions he's made, the audio books are still there, the books that he's helped to edit are still there. We can actually feel his presence by Gurudev's grace. He's no less present. So making the transition from missing Maharaj to feeling separation, this is really important. Gurudev said that Sri Gurudev is with us, he gives us instructions, and then he awards separation. So our Gurudev has taken Maharaj. Maharaj has graduated. He's done so much service, so much practice. He left in the evening, previous evening, he was giving Harikatha. In the morning, he woke up, he spoke with somebody, they came back with some juice or something like that, about 4 o'clock, and he left peacefully. So Gurudev has taken him for whatever mission or purpose or destination, I don't know. Anyway, I'm praying at his lotus feet. I so much appreciated our friendship, our association, joking, affection, and I'm praying at his lotus feet for further inspiration to continue with practice and follow his example in helping devotees in a very, very practical and very, very personal way. Hare Krishna. Pujapad Shri Bhaktivedanta Tridaṇḍī Mahārāja ki jai. Hare Krishna.
Jai Maharaj. Thank you very much. It's yes, very impressive to see how they performed the ceremony. They did everything right, which is the way it's meant to be. And also, yeah, Maharaj, he did do a lot of work on publishing, editing, post-editing, etc. He was very, very much in that realm, quite expert. So thanks to him is that we have not just Jaivadharma, the book, but also the audiobook. So we're very fortunate that we can hear still Maharaj, even though many people, as we heard earlier, they listen these recordings, they can hear Maharaj's voice, but they have no idea who he is. So they were like, oh, he's the one who's, oh, okay, then I know him. Well, thank you, Maharaj. And now we are moving to a different location. And we're gonna hear from Bhaktivedanta Śuddhādvaitī Mahārāja, who will also share about his experiences with Bhaktivedanta Tridaṇḍī Mahārāja. I don't know if, okay, if you can unmute Maharaj. I was looking and saying, where is Maharaj? Where is Maharaj? He's coming up next, but then I remember, Taru made me remember that he has a different name here on the Zoom. Okay. Can you unmute Maharaj?
Right. Can you hear me?
Yes.
I'm in Lima in Peru and the connection is not that great. So I hope, no, I'm not wasting your time.
We can hear perfectly. So that's okay. If there's any problem, I'll let you know.
Jai. First of all, I offer my obeisances to my spiritual masters, Srila Bhaktivedanta Srila Prabhupada, Srila Gaur Govinda Goswami Maharaj, beloved Gurudev Srila Bhaktivedanta Narasîmha Goswami Maharaj, to all the Vaishnavas, the Tridaṇḍī sannyasis, please accept my humble obeisances. And especially my heartfelt dandavats to my dear friend, the Pujyapada Tridaṇḍī Mahārāja, Vaikhānasa Tridaṇḍī Mahārāja. Now, I was so shocked because I saw him just a few days before. I think I left Radhakund on the 15th, and every day we would meet each other and talk and do the parikram together, or meet on the parikram. Learned that he had left. I was thinking, oh my God, but he always needed to leave at any moment. Whenever I would meet him, I say, Maharaj, how are you? He said, I don't know, any day I can leave. Now, he had 3 stands in his heart, so I mean, that's a pretty heavy condition. No, I remember the first time I saw Maharaj was when I put my son in the Gurukul, in Vrindavan, where he was an ashram teacher. So our friendship dates back from that time. And I remember speaking about Śuddhādvaitī to his good wife. At that time, was teaching about she took from Gurudev. And I was thinking, oh, she didn't take from Gaṅgāmātā, but great, she took from a saint. And myself, I came to Gurudev a little later, in 96, when Srila Govindra Maharaj left. So I joined Gurudev. I had no more faith in him. I'd been too much politics against Srila Govindra Maharaj. And I remember hearing about Tridaṇḍī Mahārāja, because when I was the first time I was a president in New Govindra Farm, in Movilomba. And I was told that at the end of the first lecture by Srila Govindra Maharaj, he paid his dandavats and he's a Mahabhagavat. So I said, oh, that was, he had a good place in my book, I would say like that, because Srila Govindra Maharaj is my first Siksha Guru. So Tridaṇḍī Mahārāja, I remember he was a teacher, and I had put my somewhat worried, and he was saying, don't worry, Prabhu, actually, the parents are more attached to the children than themselves. And yet that intensity, that he was suffering from high blood pressure, but that gave him that intensity, and that intensity he put, at good use. He used that intensity to. Was said one of the qualities of in our practice, sadhana. And Maharaj was certainly a wonderful example of that. He was so intense. I mean, he was not a light person. I mean, he could be so jolly and friendly, but there was that intensity in him, which was born from, I believe, like his intense action in his practice. I mean, he told me, he tried, when as a householder 11 times to escape household life. As you know, he would go to Vrindakund next to Nandagan, and he would chant 1 lakh and absorb himself in studying. And he said, but until Gurudev put him out of family life, he said, on my own, I could not. And I can witness that also, because unless the Guru is pulling you out on your own, strength is not sufficient, even though you may desire and understand the benefit of it. So we're all grateful to Gurudev. I remember Vaikhānasa Mahārāja telling me, oh, if Gurudev had not given me sannyas, he would never have extracted as really been blessed by Gurudev to have been given the renounced order in which we can really intensely commit ourselves to service. And Maharaj was such a wonderful example of that. He was always absorbed. I mean, I cannot remember one moment of seeing him either just spacing out or something like that. Was not his style. He was so intense. I remember when he took sannyas, he was so grave, so deep, that quality, that depth, that commitment. And Maharaj was so committed. I mean, he's a wonderful example. It's so amazing to see one of us Westerners, being able to absorb himself like he did. Srila Gurudev always taught us, you have to reflect on the Jivan Charitra, the life of the saints, the lives of the saints, like he always gives the example of Raghunath Das Goswami. So absorb yourself in their life, story, try to emulate their moods, try to remember their moods. And Gurudev said, try to remember, pray for them, cry for them. Gurudev said this is the way we will be able to graduate from Vedic Bhakti to Raganuga. In the step of Tridaṇḍī Mahārāja, we can do that. Then Gurudev will be very happy with us, because I believe that his mission to put focus in graduating to Raganuga. So many times he said pure bhakti means Raganuga bhakti. And our Gurudev, Srila Prabhupada, no, he was also saying the same, but not stressing as much. No, we were not ready for that. We're spiritual babes, infants. So we were doing the qualification, but he was here at that and like next and my search talk, discussions, whenever we would meet, right, we would meet on the pram, go to his little place.
Okay, Maharaj, I think it's cutting a little bit. The internet connection might be having a problem. Let's wait for his connection to restart. But yeah, that's the case. We must learn about.
I think he's dropped off. So
Okay.
So let's wait a few moments to see if he rejoins.
Anyways, I didn't know that Maharaj was in the Gurukul as a teacher. That's interesting. He has that method of teaching. He knows how to instruct people, and yeah, it comes off. Okay, he's back.
Okay, he's back. Maharaj, I'm just gonna ask that probably better you speak with your camera off, because your audio was a bit choppy beforehand, so it might come through cleaner if your camera is off as well. But you're on mute right now.
And close the camera, right?
Yes.
Yeah, the connection is not that good. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. So Maharaj, I was saying, such a wonderful example of a Westerner really following Gurudev, like imbibing Gurudev's mood or being always absorbed. That's such an inspiring example. I mean, whenever we met, there was no light talk. It was always like intense, talking Siddhanta. He was always very constant about Jiva Tattva. I remember one of the last time we spoke, I was telling you that one time I was discussing with Gurudev about that. And Gurudev was explaining that the glance of Mahavishnu towards Maya, that glance actually is not different from the Brahman. It's called a luminous glance, And when I told that to Tridaṇḍī Mahārāja, oh, Maharaj, thank you so much. I never understood it so clearly that now that you're explaining that. So that is such a humble statement for someone who was really a scholar. I mean, Maharaj worked so much on the Jiva Dharma, and he was always into some publication. Last time I saw him, he was telling me, in Haridev temple in Govardhan, there's so many Russian devotees coming. They wanted something in Russian. So he told me, I have written something. Could you get it translated into Russian? I said, yes, I'll give it to one of my students. He said, okay, I'll have to give it to you. Unfortunately, I left before he could give it to me. It was not ready, and I had to go back, bring in deities back to Turkey where I'm preaching. And now I'm in Peru. I would be so, feeling so helpless or hopeless when I go to Radhakund, where I go regularly because I'm staying in the mat like 2 blocks away from him, like 150 meters. And with whom I will share, with whom I'll associate there. No, not that this wonderful Vaishnava has departed from us. But I'm sure, I just heard the last of Śrīpāda Nemi Mahārāja's glorification. I'm sure Gurudev has taken him and then is really putting him in the best optimum conditions for his developing further on the path. Gurudev certainly is taking care of him. But personally, I'll be very much aggrieved. I would only have to remembrance of him when I go to Radha Kund. I guess every time I will go around the Kund, like I do every day when I'm there, a few times a day, then I'll remember seeing him here and seeing here and talking there. And he knew every place. He was so absorbed. Even the cows. There's a couple of cows next to Śyāma Kund, and he knew their name, and he was coming every day and patting them and bringing them something, some gur or some chapati or something. He was so much like integrated into the Radha Kund community. That was wonderful to see that, one of us Westerners can really absorb himself like that and be so committed. What to speak of his preaching? I mean, he was really a teacher. That was, he was always absorbed in some kind of teaching. Every time I saw him, he said, I'm short of time because at this time I'm starting a class. And in the evening he would lecture. He would have a small group of devotees with whom he'd speak on the Bhagavatam, study the Bhagavatam together in the US. Then he had a group in Mayapur of young devotees, and he was constantly sharing and constantly absorbed in reading himself. Whenever I would come, they would say, what are you reading? And he would smile, and then we'd talk something that he had just read or I had just read myself. And we had those wonderful exchanges. And really, I feel bereaved, you say in English? Bereaved that I'll be deprived of his association when I go there. He was such a wonderful Vaishnava, such a nice example. Always absorbed, always engaged, never idle, not wasting time. Avyarta Kaladvam, one of the qualities of Bhav, that not wasting any moment, in Krishna's service, understanding, he was always saying, my life is very short, I can go anytime, and I have to remain, absorbed, I have to fulfill Gurudev's desires, and always publishing something. Lately I published a little book by Bhaktivinoda. He had put in Indian, Bengali, and English, and he gave me a whole bunch of copies. Distribute them. He was so eager to share, what he had received, what Gurudev gave us, what our acharyas gave us. And it was so wonderful to see that spirit, indomitable spirit of preaching, constantly. And he was such a strict sannyasi. He had one middle-aged Indian disciple living in the same building, and she wouldn't help him in different things, But he was telling me immediately, this is not good, what can I do? No, this is not good. No, she's in a female body and I'm a sannyasi. This is weakening me. This is not good. Although the lady was helping so much. I remember when last Kartik, we were doing like this virtual parikram with you. And I was there many times. He was asking me to come, and then I was able to speak a little bit also. And she was always there, fixing everything, arranging, timing, really helping. But he felt bad because but I'm a sannyasi. How can I accept this help? And she would help, maybe cleaning his room. I don't know exactly what she was doing, but she was rendering service to him. And he was elder, and he was frail. I remember every time I saw him, I looked like, how long? And he told me last time jokingly, you know why I cannot go? Because every time you see me, you tell me, take care of yourself. So, I cannot disobey. I have to stay. Such a humble person, and such a strict, devotee, really wonderful example. So I give my Pushpanjali to his lotus feet, hoping that I'll be able to associate with him again somehow in next life or something. But it was so wonderful to have his association. And then anytime we would connect, he was always so warm, embracing, and so friendly and so deep. So, how is your bhajan? What are you doing? And so encouraging also. He was also, you have this, you're traveling all over the world preaching, Maharaj, all the best for your preaching, may Gurudev be with you. Such a nice Vaishnava. Really, we lost a pearl in our Gurudev Sangha. Our Śrīpāda Tridaṇḍī Mahārāja ki jai.
Jai Maharaj. Thank you very much. That was such a heartfelt experience that you shared about Tridaṇḍī Mahārāja, and yes, how he was a teacher how he used to have this mood of teaching, helping others, and sharing with the devotees constantly, and always engaging people into bhakti, not just any type of bhakti, but Raganuga bhakti. Anyways, now we're
Thank you
going to change to
Sannyas, brother.
yes. So now we're changing and going to hear from Satya Krishna Prabhu. Here, I'll see, ask to mute. There.
I have to take, I have a class just waiting.
Thank you so much, Maharaj.
Jai Jai, Haribol. All glories to Śrīpāda Tridaṇḍī Mahārāja.
Try.
So Prabhu, please, you now have the mic.
Hare Krishna, Dandavat Pranam. I am nobody. I don't know why I'm speaking in between sannyasis, but Tarun Prabhuji kindly gave the opportunity because I couldn't remember the times. He said 3 o'clock, and I said, yeah, that I can remember. I'm very grateful. My association with Maharaja, Srila Bhaktivedanta Tridaṇḍī Mahārāja, it spans a few months or maybe 1 year or so, or maybe 2. Once in the Bhakti UK group, luckily, Didi sent the link to Maharaj's YouTube class. He was teaching Chetan Charitamrita, and I started listening to Maharaj's lectures. Usually, my office job is very, very difficult in the bank. Like, there are lots and lots of papers, probably each one as big as one book of Chetan Charitamrita or something, but a lot of papers to read and too much work and very long hours. And sometimes, when Maharaj used to speak, I used to go to another world. Like, I would totally forget what I'm doing, and just hearing about Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and his Leela was just amazing. And then the classes were also going on for when we sing Namami Swaram Sachidananda Vigram, the Damodar Leela, the classes were going on. And also the recent tour of the Mayapur Dham Kshetra, like the islands there, that was going on. When Maharaj was speaking, I learned a lot from him. And I still remember, like, Maharaj teaching us that you have to read Damodarashtakam every day, and some of the way he described and all, I'm going to try to find the videos and listen to them every day, because the teachings go really deep. Like, we don't forget what he has taught, and some of his words I can still remember. It was a really big shock when, again, YouTube came up the other day, and suddenly his body was there, and he was taking off. It's like, and I was thinking, only like a very, very great devotee who has lived a very pious life could leave his body like that in Vrindavan Dham with such a nice ritual like cow dung and all. Maharaj is very advanced, and it was my good fortune that to listen to him. Thank you.
Okay, Jai, thank you, Prabhu. Thank you so much for sharing this. And yeah, it's true. I was not into the YouTube channel of Maharaj. I didn't watch it. I was more into listening his live streams and the recordings of his books that he did, Jaiva Dharma, for example. But yeah, also I do remember during Parikram in Kartik that he will be very much into, you have to chant Damodarastaka, you have to read the book, you have to immerse yourself, infuse yourself with all of this tattva and rasa of the pastime, Damodar Bandal Lila. So who else do we have next? Yaśasvinī Didi is meant to come next.
Oh, wait.
Okay, she will join in. Oh, here. Jai, Haribol. Wow. Yes.
You're on mute, Yaśasvinī. There we go.
Haribol, Dandavat Pranam.
Yeah, Haribol.
That one. Haribol. I actually remember you from the Japa retreats.
Of course, of course.
In second ashram.
Yeah, 2010. That was amazing.
Cool.
11, yeah.
Shall I begin?
Yeah.
Please.
Okay, very cool. First of all, I want to offer my respectful obeisances to Srila Prabhupada, to Srila Narasiṁha Maharāja, our whole group, Guru, and to Śrīpāda Tridaṇḍī Mahārāja. So I saw one thing in an article which just reminded me of Tridaṇḍī Mahārāja. It was actually a dedication to Srila Gurudev. But when I read it, it's just 2 sentences, and it so reminded me of Tridaṇḍī Mahārāja. It said, until one is thoroughly bathed in the sweet honey, like loving sentiments residing in the heart of one's guru, one cannot truly perform Guru Puja or fulfill the manobhishta of one's Sri Guru. This is the prime qualification. So that's what I always remembered about Tridaṇḍī Mahārāja. He was always so absorbed in Rādhā Dasyam, in Shakti Tattva, and completely in Srila Gurudev's mood and goal of what Gurudev brought that hadn't been brought before, not in detail. So we saw this on the Japa retreat. We had amazing Japa retreats. Maharaj would come every year to England, to the Shekin ashram, and maybe there would be 20 people, 25 people. And what we would do, we would start with a very early morning program. Then we would chant. Then Maharaj would give an amazing class. And in those classes, he completely drummed it into our heads about the 3 internal reasons why Kṛṣṇa came as Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. I think I learned actually from his Japa retreats the basic understanding of those 3 reasons. And also that chart, he made this amazing chart of Shakti Tattva with the Chit Shakti, the Tatastha Shakti or Jita Shakti, and then the Maya Shakti, and the, I think it was Sandini, Sambit, and Slidini. And that chart, he made it so clear. And we actually made a chart each and brought it home. And that chart is really interesting because when you understand the basic understanding of that chart, everything reads, even Prabhupada's purports and everything in Bhagavata and Bhagavad Gita, it all fits somewhere into that chart of how everything fits together. Very amazing what he taught. So I feel I have a lot to thank Tridaṇḍī Mahārāja for with those Japa retreats. They were very special. We had to be silent. We couldn't speak the whole time. For the whole week we were there was no talking, even at Prasadam. It was just silent. And after 2 or 3 days, your whole mind began to calm down. All the chatter that usually goes on, it just calmed down. It was really, really powerful, actually. And the only time we could speak was in the evening. We would all gather around in the evening and everyone would share something. They could choose what they wanted to share, some realization, or it may be something about Guru, or about Gora, or about Rādhā and Kṛṣṇa. And everybody shared the most beautiful things. They were just so amazing. It was in a very nice place, simple, very sattvic food. Nitai was a good cook. It was just really, really nice. And yeah, so I'm very, very grateful for those. Also, he used to come and stay at my place in England. Many times when he came, he stayed. I had one big room upstairs and he would stay there and he would just be translated, or he would be speaking, or he would be studying something. And he really liked it. He had nice big windows. Sun would come in and he would just peacefully be there. He said he liked being there. And I would just be able to serve, do some little cooking and whatever. So yes, that was really, really nice. So he had an amazing journey, actually, because he loved traveling. he was a real person's person. He loved talking directly to people. He loved being around people, although he loved preaching also on the internet, but he loved to be with people and actually contact them. So he actually missed that a little bit when he couldn't travel anymore. But yeah, he was saying actually that he was in Godroom, I think it was, for 10 years, I think he said. He was in Sananda Sukha de Kunj, first of all, and he said that he really felt like Bhaktivinoda Thakur, it was there in Sananda Sukha de Kunj. And then he went to Sarabi Kunj, and I think it was at Sarabi Kunj where he said he spoke the Jivadam. I think he did nearly 40 chapters, and he spoke that Jivadam there. And he said that when he spoke that Jivadam under Gurudev's instruction, somehow or other he felt Bhaktivinoda Thakur's presence so powerfully there. So that was very special. So then he said when he actually got to Radha Kund, he had no intentions of going to Radha Kund actually to stay there. But I think he'd been to Bangalore for the winter and for his health. And even while he was there for the winter and his health, he was still, I think he gave classes on Lord Ananta, I think it was, for 2 months. And then he was on his way back to Bengal, and he stopped in Radha Kund. And I think he gave some classes in Radha Kund. And he was actually had a flight booked to go back to Bengal. And what happened was, he said when he was there, he said that he felt the powerful energy of Radha Kund so strongly that he just felt he had to stay there. And so he tried actually, he actually got his money back even. He got the Lakshmi back from his ticket, and he felt that he'd made the right decision. Somehow he was being drawn to stay there. And then he said he didn't even have to go back to Bengal for his things. Somehow Radharani arranged everything. Somebody packed all his things up. They arranged the truck. They sent all the things to him. And he just felt like somehow he was making this correct decision for his life. And so there he was in Radha Kund. He'd actually planned a preaching tour to come to England and everything. And he was saying how he did miss that personal connection with people. But he understood that as we get older, we don't actually necessarily get better from sicknesses in the same way as when we're young. And he felt that, he said something really interesting. He said, where was it? Yeah, he said, when we get old, we manage things. But we're not supposed to get better with our health. That's not the way it works, he said. He said, what we're supposed to get better at is our Kṛṣṇa consciousness, in our internal vision and pray for connection. So he was always absorbed in this way. So let me see what else. Actually, he liked to reciprocate with people. If we sent him messages, quotes, shared things, he would always reciprocate. And so I actually was just going through his thread the other day, and how many beautiful things he sent and how he reciprocated when people sent things to him. So his connection with Gurudev, I'm sure many people have seen it. There was one photograph of him sitting at Gurudev's feet that was just on one of the threads the other day. And Gurudev was sitting up and he was looking, and he was just so absorbed like a child. He was just totally 100% focused on Srila Gurudev. And he was just like a child, totally protected, totally accepting, totally surrendered. It was just really beautiful to see his mood, So in this way, actually, I feel that Tridaṇḍī Mahārāja has given so much to us. and so much to the Sangha. And he's left so much with us. Actually, online are all the things he's done. I think Shikshastakam and so many things. Sorry, did you say something? No. Okay, so I thought you said something. Yeah, so he's left us with a great wealth. And I feel really, really grateful, actually, for having, he allowed me to be a friend, as well as he was a guide. And yeah, I'm just truly grateful. I almost don't yet feel like he's gone, because it feels like he's still there in Radhakund at a distance. But yeah, and now I can catch up with all the things I didn't hear. He's got so many amazing things on the internet, all about 4 sampradayas, about everything you can think of. So yeah, so in this way, actually, what I saw also, one thing with Tridaṇḍī Mahārāja, he was very focused on speaking the books and preaching from the books. But also when he had to deal with anything else in his life, everything was under that umbrella of the absolute truth. He didn't forget. It wasn't like there were 2 divisions. Everything was under that umbrella, even when he had to deal with something seemingly mundane. It was all under the umbrella. It was always completely focused and connected. So he was actually a wonderful example, and I am deeply grateful. And I offer my respectful obeisances at your feet, and also to our line, Srila Prabhupada, Srila Gurudev, Tridaṇḍī Mahārāja ki jai.
Wow, yeah, thank you so much. That's beautiful, beautiful to remember. And yes, I do remember the Japa retreats. That was such an experience. I wish I was able to go to more. He did some in France. He did some in other places, in Navadvip as well. So, yeah,
Yes,
you're correct. So,
yes,
but yeah, you're so fortunate that you had chance to go to the ones he did in the UK.
yes, I went to quite a few. And I also remember the one you were at. He gave us all a gift at the end of Srila Gurudev's eyes. You remember?
Yep,
It was
yep.
just his eyes and his tilak looking right into your heart. So we all still have in our houses.
Wow, amazing. Yeah, that's an experience. And what's his name? Yeah, also it was so hard, the not talking part of the Japa retreat. I remember I was thinking, okay, yeah, not talking, yeah, I can do that. First 6 hours, not an issue. After 8 hours, I'm like, okay, I cannot talk. How do I convey this information to another human being talking? My mind is now trying to see if you can, find a loophole in the Japa retreat. It's like, okay, what if I write it down and I put it on my chest or something?
Yes,
But
the
yeah,
desire to talk. Yeah, I remember one other thing he said one time as well. He was saying one time that rather than think about a number of rounds, he would think about how many hours he was going to chant. Then he wouldn't need to think of the number. He would say, okay, I'm going to chant for 4 hours, or I'm going to chant for this many hours. And yeah, it's quite interesting to think of it in that way, actually, because sometimes numbers becomes like, so yeah.
that's
So
true.
many
That's true. Experience in Bangalore with Vaikhānasa Mahārāja. He will be like, okay, I finished my rounds. I can now take my japamala and throw it on the corner and not see it again until tomorrow. It's like, wait. That's not the mind. I should be thinking, oh, I finished early. I have time to chant more.
Yeah,
So,
yeah,
but yes, it's important to have, just a small change in the mind. We're thinking, okay, how many to finish? It's like, okay, no, let's look at it from a different point of view. If we chant only 1 hour, that's enough, but we have to focus on that hour. If we're chanting 2 hours, okay, I will focus for those 2 hours, and it does make a
yeah.
big difference. I miss that a lot. Opportunity to chant and have the Harikatha of Maharaj in the
I
mornings.
think I think also that was some of the secret that we didn't speak, because when we didn't speak, everything calmed down.
Mhm.
And it was like, then you could just be peaceful.
Yeah, correct. And also the charts that Maharaj made, very useful, very helpful. It's one thing, you know, when you hear something and you're training in your mind to see where this fits, this goes on top, on the bottom, this goes next and to it. And so hard to make that in your mind. And then when Maharaj will show the chart and you see it's like, ah, okay, I had it wrong. I had it completely wrong in my head.
Yes, yes, it was so detailed and it was so like a file box. And also when he did those recordings of the books, it had a very amazing voice, actually, that was very calming to listen to. Because he spoke very slowly and very clearly, and he was a real heart person when he spoke. So there was something that I think people really appreciated when he spoke. All those early books, which were the most amazing books, they stole the hearts of the world. Those first 4 of Gurudev's books, and he spoke all of those books on disc, actually, and the Jaivedharma on disc. So, and they were very amazing. Yeah. So,
Yeah, you can see the effort that they have put in the translation. It's not, you know, just you're not looking for, okay, this word has this meaning in Bengali and its meaning in English, therefore we should translate it like this. They didn't do that. They went through actually understanding what is the message that Bhaktivinoda Thakur is giving. So yes, we're very, very fortunate, very lucky. Anyhow, so let's see who's next in the list. I think we have Śyāmalī Didi is the one who is meant to come next. Haribol, Haribol. Can't hear you.
Hi, Kṛṣṇa.
Yeah. Perfect. Perfect. Okay, we can hear you now. We can see you as well.
Okay, hold on. There. Okay, I don't know. So many beautiful, amazing speakers and sannyasis. I have so little to say, but Tridaṇḍī is so at the forefront of my own sadhana. Anyway, Om Jnana Tirmandasyana Jnananjana Savakaya Chaksu Amilitamyana Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha Om Namo Vishnupadaya Radhikaya Priyatmane Shri Srimad Bhaktivedanta Namo Jittinamini Pancha Kalpaturabhischa Kripa Sindhubhya Evcha Patitanam Bhavnabhyo Vaishnabhyo Namaha Shri Kṛṣṇa Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadada Shivasti Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Hare Kṛṣṇa 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare Hare. Okay, so when Tridaṇḍī Mahārāja has helped me with my own sadhana so much, in that there are always times in your life when you don't have the sannyasis visiting and you have dry spells. And I just remember always tuning in to his YouTube. And if you look on there, he's got, before he even started doing his live YouTube, he had all recordings of, I think he did Shikshastikam, it's in Gopinath Bhavan. He did a whole week of that. And I would just, when I was reading the books, I would just use that as well as a sort of added learning tool. So I remember when he first came to England, for me, I think it was after Gurudev left, and so many sannyasis were coming at that time, and I just remembered he had such a deep impact on my heart, and the way, yes, everyone's saying how serious he was. He was serious, but he wasn't coming from a preachy place. He was coming from a pure heart place of like, you have to do this. You have to get serious. Like, I remember he did a whole like 3-4 days on just Guru Astikam. And it was all just that one verse, the first verse about like Gurudev being the rain cloud, being the like the sea, the evaporated rain cloud, and the mercy of Kṛṣṇa comes in guru form. And I was just sort of starting my getting a bit more serious with Krishna consciousness, and he just made such a impact personally on my life that I think it's always when the sannyasis come through, it's like, oh my God, I love that speaker. I need to go. And then Tridaṇḍī was definitely one of them ones, like, Tridaṇḍī's in town, yes. You know? So I love that. And I remember always hearing about the japa retreats and always wanting to go, but my kids were too little and I was caught up in Maya and everything. But eventually I got to go to one in Shaken Ashram. I think it was one of the last ones he did in Shaken Ashrams. And he's just, his way of inclusion of everybody, your sharing circle. And he had this way of just making everyone feel included, and like he wanted to hear your story. He wanted to hear how you were doing. And it was never boring. It was like, and then he would always like, he had quite a lovely sense of humor underneath it as well. Underneath everything, he could be quite funny at times and silly at times as well. So approachable and yeah, I just really appreciated him as a Vaishnava devotee and for what he has given everyone. And I think him going was such a shock and a real wake-up call, because I just got back about a couple of weeks ago from Mayapur, and I was still on that buzz of wanting, I need to get serious. It's got to be serious. I was there for a month, and it's like, it feels like it's a time for me personally in this whole universe. Like, now is the time. You cannot have no more excuses, you know. So I'm making these vows to chant more and this and that. And then him leaving was like, because he was so serious. And it was like, you better get serious. Look how fast. I know everyone I've heard has said, I know he had a weak heart, but because he never really, he was always present, always showing up every day for CC. And before that was Jiva Dharma on YouTube, that you just felt he was going to be there forever. I felt he was going to be there forever anyway. But that serious, losing him has continued that seriousness that I've come back with of wanting to write. You can't have excuses. There is no real lasting happiness in this material world. And maybe it's just my age. And now I'm like, okay, I've got time, space. I can't have no excuses. I was listening to another Tridaṇḍī little speak that Madhukar was doing, and one devotee, I think it's Gopal, he put such a beautiful compilation together of key points that Tridaṇḍī had made on some of his classes. And when you just hear his voice, and when he talks about X, Y, or Z, and they're like almost like sayings, and you just take that in your heart, and you don't forget that, and you keep that. And I think when he speaks Jiva Dharma or CC, and you're listening to it continuously every day or for periods in your life when you're like going, do you know what, I need to tune in, I'm falling here, I need to tune in again. Not only was it a pick me up, it kind of went to the point of, yeah, this is more than true. This is talking to me. I have to change. I have to. The seriousness really came through, and I really, like I said, I really appreciated Tridaṇḍī. I mean, we would have a reading group, and I think Yasodhananda was part of it, and Yasoda would always like, right, we don't know the answer to that, right, leave a message for Tridaṇḍī. Oh, then Tridaṇḍī would get back to us at some point, then he'd play the message for us. So he was always there on call for any kind of confusion you may have about the sastras or whatever you were reading. And he made me love Jiva Dharma. I actually do love Jiva Dharma. I've read it cover to cover, and then I've done it through his Jiva Dharma on YouTube, which was amazing. And I think I'll go back to that because I think it's actually my favorite book, Jiva Dharma. And before any of that, I was listening to it, his lovely voice, and it's really helpful. But I'll say something that probably isn't really very sattvic or good, but when I have difficulty sleeping, I would put Tridaṇḍī's Jiva Dharma, you know, when he's reading the book, and it always made me go to sleep because his voice is just so calming, and it's just like, and I'd hear it and I'd be following it, and then it would just help me get to sleep. So, and I remember we had another reading group in person, and there was a good few of us, and we were doing Das Mula. This is years ago, and Tridaṇḍī was visiting at that time, so he came, and I think every week I had Das Mula 4 and 5, and we had to speak on our bit, and it was like I was so nervous because I had to speak about this section of the Das Mula that I had, and he said that was really good because I put a lot of work into it, did diagrams and everything, knowing he would be there. And then he kind of just added some bits to it. But it was very lovely having him there, and he really helped you want to become a better devotee because of his deep sadhana and seriousness himself, and so many lovely elements, the approachability of it, and the appreciation of any little thing you did for him. And actually, when his heart first had trouble with his heart, I remember giving him Silajit, because that's what I kind of sell in my little shop, my Etsy shop. And he was like, Śyāmalī, that Silajit's brilliant, it's really working. So then I'd make sure he had a steady supply for about 2 years on the Silajit. And then I think he went into Ayurveda after that, and he didn't use that. There's some reason, but it really helped him because Silajit is really good for the heart muscle and just for the energy, making energy to repair the body. So he really appreciated that. And also I remember my mum's very good at, she was on raw when she was in her 60s. She went raw in Vrindavan, literally. So she would be sprouting, and there's these potatoes in Bengal. They're not really potatoes, but they're called a potato, but you eat them raw. And she introduced Tridaṇḍī Mahārāja to raw food, and he really loved the salads and everything. I don't know if she gave him salads regularly or he learned to make them, but that was on his beginning of his health tip. That was about 20 years ago. So it was nice that she could help, and she does that with a few devotees, because the food can then eventually, you have to work on your diet for your health in India. But yeah, so there's that. So all his books is a real lifeline. And I was really, who was it who was just saying now the difference between missing and separation? Oh, it was Nemi Mahārāja. Yeah, and I was just thinking, yeah, am I missing him or separation? Yeah, I wasn't close enough to say that I'm missing him, but I'm definitely feeling something, that there's a loss there. So maybe I am missing, I don't know, but it's definitely a loss. Definitely a loss for me personally, even though I know Kṛṣṇa and Gurudev have taken him to the next level of his journey. And I know he lives on in all his discourses online. Critical part though, he had stopped, he left that on CC as well. I think it's at Roy Ramananda and them talks, wasn't it? Yeah, I'll miss not getting to the end of that, actually. That's one thing I will miss. I think on some level maybe I took it for granted as well. He'd be around all the time, but yeah, he's a great devotee. All right, Radhe, thank you.
Oh wow, thank you. This was a full ride. Yeah, much enjoyed it. Listen to all these bits of Mahārāja's, how much he has impacted your life and your journey as well, because that's what he did. He was a disruptor in the good sense of the word. We are just our own lives, my wife, my family, my children, my house, and then Mahārāja will come and say, oh, read this, listen to this, and go deeper into bhajan.
Yeah.
So yeah,
He brought stability. If you were like listening regularly to like even like you, because you don't always get to see the sadhus, but if you were like, you know, he's tuning on, his consistency helped you be consistent with your bhajan. And it was, and yes, you know, there are times you're on it all the time, and there's times you drop out, and then just knowing he's there. And also, do you remember? I don't know, like he would do the Kartik thing online, and he would do the Gorpanim, and even when I was in Kartik, coming home and then listening to him just made all the pieces fall into place of all the places we were visiting. More, it made you remember it more, because sometimes it's hard to retain everything. So it just he gave you the whole package. Really,
Absolutely.
it's beautiful.
And it is true, you know, we can feel the loss and not sure we're missing him because we don't have that connection that other devotees were fortunate enough to have, spend years by his side and doing service intensely with him, translations, editing, etc. So, yeah, we're feeling that. So thank you so much for sharing this.
Thank you.
And now we're going different part of the world, looking for Narasimha. Oh, there you are. Okay, Haripol. And to see what you can share with us, Maharaj. Please go ahead. Radhe.
Ajnanatimidandasya Gyananjana Shalakaya Chakshurunmilitamena Tasmai Shri Guruve Namah Guruve Gaurachandraya Radhikaya Tvadalaye Krishnaya Krishna Bhaktaya Tadabhaktaya Namo Namaha Shri Chaitanya Manobhishnam Shtapitam Yena Bhutale Swayam Rupa Kadamayam Dadanti Swabharantikam Anjanu Lambita Bujo Kanakavadato Sankirtanaika Pitaro Kamalaya Taksho Vishwambaro Dvijabaro Yuga Dharma Palo Vande Jagata Priyakaro Karunavataram Bhaktya Vihina Aparada Lakshay Chiptascha Kamarita Rangamadye Kripa Maitvam Sharanam Prapanam Brinde Namaste Charanaravinam Govinda Damodaramādaveti Govinda Damodaramādaveti Govinda Damodaramādaveti Govinda Damodaramādaveti Bhajami Radham Aravindra Nidram Smarami Radham Madhura Smitasyam Vadami Radham Karunavaradram Tato Mamanyasti Gatir Nakapi Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare. First of all, I offer my satsang Nadava Pushpanjali under the lotus feet of my Guru Pada Padma Nichilita Pravishna, Om Vishnupad Astara Sat Shri Srimad Rupanuga Acharyavarya Srila Bhakti Vedanta Narayan Goswami Maharaj, and the same heartfelt obeisance unto my Shiksha Guru Sri Prem Prabhu, to Śrīmati Śyāmalī Didi, Srila Bhaktivinoda Bhan Goswami Maharaj, Srila Bhaktivinoda Madhav Goswami Maharaj, Srila Bhaktivinoda Siddhanti Goswami Maharaj, to Srila Bhaktivinoda Chaitanya Goswami Maharaj, and to all the Vaishnavas and Vaishnavis and our illustrious Rupanuga Gaudi Guru Varga, to my Param Guru, Srila Prabhupada and Srila Bhakti Priyankesha Goswami Maharaj, and to Jagat Guru Srila Prabhupada Bhakti Saraswati Thakur, and to all of you attending on the Zoom and all of your gurus, Vancha Kalapatruvyastra, Kripa Sindhu Vadevacha, Titanam Pavanibhyo, Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namaha. So, by the causeless mercy of Sri Guru and Granga, we have the opportunity to remember the glories of a Vaishnava. So this is the most auspicious activity that the jiva can engage in this life, is to remember the glories of the Vaishnav, to speak about the glories of the Vaishnav, to serve the Vaishnavas. In the article from Param Gurudev Srila Bhakti Pragyan Keshav Goswami Maharaj, he's describing one must correctly identify a Vaishnav. And in this article, he mentions that the mercy of Sri Guru and the Vaishnavas is the one and only means by which a jiva can attain this heartfelt, cherished desire of this life. And that is to have the merciful sidelong glance of Sri Bhagavan, of Sri Kṛṣṇa. So we've heard this repeatedly from our acharyas, and Param Gurudev has made this foundational teaching in his Katha. So in this article, Srila Keshav Goswami Maharaj, he quotes one shloka, Jai Jana Vaishnava Chiniya Loya Adara Kori Bayabe Vaishnavera Kripa Jahe Sarva Siddhi Avasya Paiba Tabe. That one has to become qualified to discern the level of eligibility of adhikar, of those who have taken to this path of devotion. If you're unable to differentiate between who is a kanishta, who is a madhyam, who is a uttam, then you're unable to properly honor these Vaishnavas in accordance to their position. So this is a very central theme in a Vaishnav tattva, is to be able to honor everyone appropriately. Because as our Śrīpāda Tridaṇḍī Goswami Mahārāja has mentioned in some of his katha, he's quoting from Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur, that actually everyone is a Vaishnav. Some know it, some don't know it. So everyone is a Vaishnav, some know it, some don't know it. So how do we discern what type of honor, what type of respect, how we should give affection to different personalities is very clearly outlined by Srila Kaviraj Goswami, Srila Krishnadas Kaviraj Goswami, because he's given 26 Vaishnav qualities, that every Vaishnav has all of these 26 Vaishnav qualities. But we don't pick and choose which Vaishnav quality we like the best and make that the prominent one. So this is a common mistake. Many people will think that the most important Vaishnav quality must be honesty. So I always look for honest Vaishnav. If they're poetic or not poetic, no problem. If they're grave or not grave, no problem. If they're magnanimous or not magnanimous, no problem, but they should be honest. Or they may say, oh, but I really like this magnanimity mood. That's the most important thing. Or I really like gravity. A Vaishnav who tells jokes can't be such a high-class Vaishnav. This joking mood is not appropriate. They should be grave. Acharya is very grave. He's heavy. He's sober. And like this misconception can come. But Srila Krishnadas Kaviraj Goswami, amongst these 26 Vaishnav qualities, he's outlined one as the Vaishnavata. The Vaishnavata is the hallmark quality of devotion. Means it's the Sarup Lakshana, it's the intrinsic nature by which we can understand who is a Vaishnav. And this quality is called Krishnaika Sharana, means one-pointed exclusive devotion to Sri Kṛṣṇa. So when we're taking the opportunity to celebrate an Avirbhav or a Tirubhav Tithi of any great Vaishnav, how do we know their greatness? It's not by the other 25 Vaishnav qualities. Those will certainly be present in all Vaishnavas. But the degree to which those will be present, the degree to which those will be prominent is directly connected to this Vaishnavata, this hallmark quality of devotion, which is this Krishnaika Sharana. So this one-point exclusive devotion to Kṛṣṇa is the most central thing. And if we don't put this in the center, we run the risk of making aparad. So if we make aparad, we know our devotional life is completely destroyed. It's like uprooting the Bhakti Lata Bij. It's the mad elephant going through the garden of our creeper. But what is this aparad actually? Rādhā is the abode of love and affection. She is the source of all of our acharyas. We're in the Rupanuga Gaudiya Guru Varga. The Rupa Nuga is those personalities who are following Srila Rupa Goswami here in his sadhak group, and Sri Rupa Manjari there, and Siddharup. So all of the lineage that we're following, they're all Manjari expansions, the eternal associates of Sri Rupa Manjari, of Sri Lalita and Sri Vishaka. So these personalities, they're directly connected to Srimati Radhika's own heart. They're expansions of her moods. Each time she wants to give some pleasure to Kṛṣṇa, there is another Manjari or another Saki that is taking the form of the particular mood that's pleasing to Kṛṣṇa at that time. So these unlimited varieties of pleasure that Krishna's experience in connection to Srimati Radhika is the shape of all of these Manjaris who've now come as our Guru Varga here in this world to remind us of our eternal nature, of our intrinsic nature. So Radha is the abode of that love and affection that's giving the most pleasure to Kṛṣṇa. The topmost experience that Kṛṣṇa can have in his blissful experience in all of his pastimes is always coming through Srimati Radhika and her associates. So aparadha is to go against that, to create some barrier against that abode of love and affection, which means to make that type of aparadha. This is not simply the material English word offense, but it's actually a disconnecting you from Guru Parampara. In this article from Srila Bhakti Keshav Goswami Maharaj, he explains that you cannot separate kripa and seva. Service and mercy are inseparable. The mercy that's coming from the Vaishnavas, it showers on the devotees and it inspires in them the desire to do seva. And by that desire to do seva, they attract more mercy. It's a cyclical relationship. And it starts with that mercy. He gives the example that if one personality is at a Kṛṣṇa platform and they receive some mercy and come to the Madhyam platform, they may then be able to observe, oh, all along that Uttam was giving me mercy, but I never could recognize it before. So he says that the Uttam Adhikari, he showers his mercy on the Kanishta Adhikari and imperceptibly draws him up to the platform of Madhyam. So our Srila Gurudev, Srila Narayana Goswami Maharaj, he made it a special mission in behalf of his service to Srila Bhaktivinoda Swami Prabhupada, that those near and dear associates of Srila Bhaktivinoda Swami Prabhupada, those disciples of Srila Bhaktivinoda Swami Prabhupada, and those coming in his family line in ISKCON, that if they needed help, if they needed nourishment, he would always be there to shower his mercy and raise them to that higher platform. So one such personality we are remembering today, his name is Śrīpāda Bhaktivedanta Tridaṇḍī Goswami Maharaj, who came into the family of Srila Bhaktivinoda Swami Prabhupada in 1979 in ISKCON, and then came to our Srila Narayana Goswami Maharaj, I believe, in 1991 or 92. So maybe even earlier. So he had the opportunity to associate with our Srila Gurudev and immediately became attracted, immediately became pulled on by the mercy of Srila Gurudev into fully dedicating his entire life, his full existence into this Vaishnav Dharma. And so why is it important to identify Vaishnav by their Krishnaika Sharana? Because Srila Bhakti Keshav Maharaj mentions that he says, I begin my journey to hell by being envious of a Vaishnav, seeing in him the semblance of faults which are unpleasant to my senses. So any rational person can understand, okay, it makes sense. If I'm envious of a Vaishnav, this is aparad, of course I'll suffer some reaction. But then he states that I suffer equally by being affectionate to a Vaishnav upon seeing in him the semblance of good qualities which are pleasing to my senses. Because in both cases, my vision is limited to the mundane realm, and I am not fortunate enough to be able to recognize the transcendental Vaishnav. So to recognize a Vaishnav, we don't make an assessment based upon mundane qualities that we like or don't like. We only look at what is their Vaishnavata? What is their Krishnaika Sharana? So Śrīpāda Bhaktivedanta Tridaṇḍī Goswami Maharaj was fully and completely one point in his service to Sri Guru and Gauranga. We saw anyone who got the opportunity to associate with him, anyone who had the opportunity to visit with him, anyone who even circuitously benefited by his audio recordings that they listened to, not even knowing that he was the one speaking it. They could get a taste, get some inkling, get some modicum of understanding of how much he dedicated his life fully and completely to Sri Guru and Gauranga. And this quality, this Guru Nishta, our Param Gurudev, our Gurudev, all of our acharyas, they say Guru Nishta is the backbone of bhakti. So this Guru Nishta, when you think about a backbone, you think of a spine. If a spine has some defect, then mobility is limited. And if it's a severe defect, you're paralyzed. You can't move at all. So this Guru Nishta being the backbone of bhakti means your spiritual life is fully and completely dependent on that one-pointed exclusive surrender and devotion to Sri Guru. So we say Krishnaika Sharana, one-point devotion to Sri Krishna. But Sri Krishna also has one form as Sri Guru. So in the Angas of Bhakti, 64 Angas of Bhakti, the first one is Guru Parashrai. And if one is a nice disciple, a good devotee, they'll think that, oh, there's 64 limbs of bhakti, one is Guru Parashrai, and I'm trying to follow all of them very nicely. But if one is a Sat Shishya, if one is a perfect disciple, if one is completely and totally saturated with Guru Nishta, then they'll think there's only one limb of bhakti, Guru Parashrai, and it has 63 varieties of service that I can engage in. This is what it means to have Guru Nishta, that you think that the only thing that exists in my life, the only thing that exists in this world is taking shelter of my Guru Dev's lotus feet. And so Śrīpāda Bhaktivedanta Tridaṇḍī Goswami Maharaj, he exemplified that. He was always immersed in following the Bani of Srila Narayan Goswami Maharaj, especially even though he had his own personality and his own inclinations, he would never let that detract from his opportunity to engage in service and have association with sadhus. He would always get the guidance and the advice of Srila Narayan Goswami Maharaj on how he could best engage in the bhakti process. When I met with him last year, he mentioned how his own personal mood was not to spend so much time with so many people. He liked intimate settings. He liked small group settings. And so years ago, some devotees may remember that he would do these japa retreats as part of his prachar seva, because sannyas is for Goshtanandi. It's for that person who's taking bliss and going out and preaching. And if you want to take Babaji Vesh, you can go sit by yourself and chant japa and be Bhajanandi and take bliss in your bhajan. So sannyas is for Goshtanandi. But Śrīpāda Bhaktivedanta Tridaṇḍī Goswami Maharaj's mood was more inclined to that more solitary, studious bhajan life. So what can he do? So he thought, oh, I'll engage in these japa retreats because I want to spend more time chanting japa. So I'll just get a group of devotees together and we all will chant japa together. So this is a high-class Vaishnava. That there's different types of Vaishnavas. One type of Vaishnava, one type of devotee, that he's said Hare Krishna one time. Another type of devotee, he's always saying Hare Krishna. And then the topmost devotee, that by his association, you want to chant Hare Krishna, right? So Śrīpāda Bhaktivedanta Tridaṇḍī Goswami Maharaj, he had that type of mood, that when you came into his association, when you got an opportunity for darshan with him, some discussion with him, some class with him, he would not only make you feel inspired, he would engage you in ways you didn't know you could be engaged. Like previously, we were just hearing how this Dashmula Tattva is such a complex topic, and how Śrīpāda Tridaṇḍī Goswami Maharaj would engage the devotees to study and present something themselves. And I know, speaking with devotees there in the USA who have been in Bhagavatam study groups with Maharaj, how he would always arrange in such a way that, okay, you have this assignment, you should speak.
So next week in the Bhagavatam class, we'll read, but you're going to speak, you're going to speak, you're going to speak 10 minutes, 10 minutes, 10 minutes. And like this, he would engage people in the same way that he received mercy from his Gurudev and from Srila Prabhupada and our Guru Varga, then he would distribute it to others. So this is really the mood of a Vaishnava. And by his bed, he would keep one shloka. If you see pictures from his room, you'll see he had the qualities of Srimati Radhika, and there was one shloka from the prayers of Vritta Sura. Ajata paksha eva mataram kaga sanyam yatavat satara kshuda artaha priyam breva vyushitam vishana manor vrindaksha didrikshate tvam. This prayer is so sweet, so beautiful, and this was the central theme within the mood of Maharaj. If you got to meet him, you would know. He would think that, "Oh, lotus-eyed Lord, as baby birds that have not yet developed their wings always look for their mother to return and feed them, as small calves tied with ropes await anxiously the time of milking when they will be allowed to drink the milk of their mothers, or as a morose wife whose husband is away from home always longs for him to return and satisfy her in all respects, I always yearn for the opportunity to have your darshan and to render direct service to you." This was the prayer of Maharaj. This is the prayer from Srimad Bhagavatam, Vritrasura's prayer, and Maharaj kept this prayer close to his heart, and there, right next to his bed, he was remembering. So when a personality is engaged in the immersive study and analytical digestion of Srimad Bhagavatam and of the scriptures like Sri Chaitanya Charitamrita, this makes them into a Bhagavat. How does someone become person Bhagavat? That the book Bhagavat takes up residence within their heart and becomes a manifest through every word that they say. And so Śrīpāda Bhaktivedanta Tridaṇḍī Goswami Maharaj, he was an example of this type of Bhagavat because he was totally and completely immersed day in and day out in his study, in his bhajan, in his engagement in the different angas of bhakti under the umbrella of Guru Pada Shrai. And so this was very, very clearly highlighted. Ananyas chintayantamam yejana paripashate tesham nityabhuktanam yogakshemam vahamiyaham. In Bhagavad Gita, in the 9th chapter, Sri Kṛṣṇa says that if one is one-pointed in their dedication to me, in their service to me, then whatever they have, I preserve, and whatever is lacking, I personally come to carry. So in what form does Kṛṣṇa come personally to carry our lacking? In the form of Sri Guru and the Vaishnavas. Then he comes to carry this lacking. We're not in the Aroha Panta, the ascending process, the path that we go upwards. We're in the Avaroha Panta, that the mercy will descend and shower upon us and elevate us out. And so in this way, I'm remembering the glories of Śrīpāda Bhaktivedanta Tridaṇḍī Goswami Maharaj, that I personally didn't have so much intimate association, but I'm thinking of how glorious of a Vaishnava he was, by his example, by his mood, by his inspiration, how we have, for 1 week, everyone is remembering him, having Harikatha every day of his glories. This is a very unique personality. There's nothing that we can say that will even catch hold of one portion of a portion of a portion of his glories, because only that person who's on that platform can speak about that personality. So I'll end here just remembering Amito Kangala, Krishna Krishna Boli, Daitava Pache Pache, that Maharaj, I am simply your servant running behind you shouting Krishna Krishna. So I beg the mercy of Śrīpāda Bhaktivedanta Tridaṇḍī Goswami Maharaj, of all the Vaishnavgan. Also today, the Avirbhav Tithi of Srila Bhakti Vallabha Goswami Maharaj, and the Tirabhav Tithi of Srila Bhakti Sauda Ashram Goswami Maharaj, and to all the Gaudiya Rupanu Guru Varga and all the Vaishnava Vaishnavis. Panchakalpa Tribhyascha, Kripa Sindhu Prevacha, Kritanam Pavanibhyo, Vaishnavibhyo Namo Namaha.
Oh, wow. Thank you, Narasiṁha. That was very, very informative. And yeah, it does remind me of Tridaṇḍī Mahārāja. He will be like this on these lectures, on classes. And also in person, he will say, start quoting shlokas. You have to find this shloka, you have to learn this shloka, you have to understand the meaning of the shloka. So that's true. The real gift that he has kindly bestowed upon all of us by his association, by his inspiration, through the different medium, books, charts, recordings, live lectures, and also in person. So when was the first time you met Maharaj? Do you remember? Oh yeah.
I met Maharaj for the first time in 2006.
Oh, 2006.
Right out the year after he took sannyas.
Was that in Parikram or just?
Yeah, I was in a Kartik Brat with Srila Gurudev 2006. So I met him that time. Actually, Maharaj said some very funny thing to us at the very end of our last visit. I'll share here. Because there's three of us together, we were visiting him, just men, and he was showing us his space, and it was so neat and organized and first class. Everything was perfectly in place. There was no dust anywhere. Everything was neat, organized, clean. And he was cooking for himself, everything. So I was like, Maharaj, you don't have any sevaks. No one is assisting you in any way. And he said, no, I have to keep everything very neat and organized myself. Otherwise, the Matajis will want to come in. And I have to keep this so organized that the Matajis have no excuse to come into my space because I'm a sannyasi. So he had this type of mood of everything is part of my service, right? To be clean, to be organized, to be neat. He ate like the same khichdi every day for many, many, many years.
Yeah.
It was simply that I'm offering prasad and I'm sustaining this body so I can do service. There was no concept of, oh, this will be very nice for my palate. I'll make this particular spice this day, this spice this day, like this. And one of the first things he was telling me when I visited him was asking about my chanting. If I'm chanting enough, I should increase my chanting like this. So he was very on top of it. And he you know, we can think like, oh, this personality, he had some heart issue. But actually, the real heart issue we have is we don't love Kṛṣṇa. So he has some display of some heart issue because he's showing us what really we should be going through in serving Radha and Kṛṣṇa and serving Guru and Gauranga, is our heart should be breaking in a separation from them. Separation really means there's some special form of meeting, some secret form of meeting. And so when we think, oh, now this Maharaj is gone, he's beyond my vision, now I can't access him anymore. But we can actually find him. Just like we have Srila Gurudev now, he's left us from 16 years ago. And other personalities, great senior Vaishnavas in my Gurudev Sangha, they're now in their late 60s, 70s. Even Śyāmalī Didi is, I think, turning 78, 79. So these personalities are of an elder age. And how much longer will we have their association? So we should take serious advantage of it. But we should never think that the Vaishnava has ever left us. The relationship between the devotee, the aspiring sadhak, and the Vaishnava is that they want to become bound in affection to that personality and should think of them as a bosom friend. Really, that person is my best friend. No one is a friend to me like that Vaishnava, because without that type of mood developing, there'll be some barrier from connection. If there's a too much awe and reverence, we have to have it in the beginning, but it should develop naturally that this person's really my best friend. No one thinks about me like this personality. And actually, at the end of this article, it's a very sobering article from Bhakti Gaṅgāmātā Maharaj, and he says that personality who is against the association of the Vaishnavas, who's against my goal in this life, we should give up that association. Mother, father, sister, brother, husband, wife. And he says, even my own body and mind, if it becomes inimical to the Vaishnavas, I should give it up. So it's a very profound thing. And Śrīpāda Tridaṇḍī Mahārāja, like this title, Srila Gurudev, all his sannyasis was Śrīpāda, means that they're absorbed in the lotus feet of Srimati Radhika. They're absorbed in the service of the lotus feet of Srimati Radhika. This is Śrīpāda. So Tridaṇḍī Mahārāja really exhibited that. So we have a lot to be thankful for. And he also exhibited how to leave this world. The final lesson of the Vaishnava is their departure, right? So this example of how to depart this world completely and totally fixed on the spiritual goal is that final lesson is something to be imbibed in our hearts. This mood of Srila Das Thakur, Jayanila Premadana, Karuna Prachor, that he's wrote this bhajan because so many personalities have left, and he was thinking, I just missed the opportunity. So Srila Gorgona Maharaj, he says association means to imbibe the mood of the sadhu. So association doesn't mean physical proximity. It means if your heart is opened up in such a way that that mood is becoming tadatmik from that sadhu into your heart, then that mood is reflected in your heart, then you're associating. And so we can have the association of our past acharyas very easily if we are completely and totally surrendering ourselves. And this is why Srila Bhakti Dr. Sridhar Maharaj says sincerity is invincible, because that type of sincerity is what opens the gateway of really having association. And Kṛṣṇa Bhakti Janma Mula Hoya Sadhu Sangha Kṛṣṇa Prema Janma Tena Punya Mukha Anga, that the root cause of Kṛṣṇa Bhakti manifesting is Sadhu Sangha, and even when prema is achieved, it's still the root cause of the progression of prema. Sneha, Man, Pranaya, Rag, like this. All that progression is also coming from Sadhu Sangha. There's no graduation from Sadhu Sangha. So we just can remember that Maharaj is still present as long as we're surrendering and engaging ourselves and appreciating his Vani and trying wholeheartedly to serve the mission that he was representing, then we can still have his association today.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Well, thank you so much for sharing this. It's very important that we have to keep reminding ourselves over and over and over, because otherwise we're not what's his name? We'll just deviate. And association is also so important, you know. Just hearing something once or twice is not enough. We must have association with people who are gonna remind us all of these important messages, all of these important instructions that we get from our Guru Parampara.
Yeah,
So
there's
I think
one quote from Prabhupada Bhaktisiddhanta. There's
go ahead, go
one
ahead.
quote, very quick. He says that in his article on Nam Bhajan, he says, the fortunate ones who truly long to ascend the terrace of Prem do sincerely and incessantly chant the name of Krishna in the company of sadhus, and they have no appetite for any other feature of devotion. So this is actually the foundation. We should crave from the core of our hearts to have the opportunity to chant and to hear the name of Krishna in the company of his pure devotees. Because the word Shravana and the word Kirtana and the word Smarana, it doesn't just mean hear, chant, and remember, but it actually means darshan according to the Vidvan Rudi of the Vidvan saints. So darshan of the Lord can come when you're hearing, chanting, remembering in the association of pure devotees. Is the only way we're going to have that opportunity. So it's not such a cheap thing. And one article I think of Bhakti Dait Madhav Goswami Maharaj, he's saying that if I spend my day 99% engaged in spiritual activity, but 1% I wasn't, I consider it a wasted day. So it's not that we took Diksha one day and now I'm a devotee, but every moment we have to make the decision, am I a devotee? What is my duty? What is my dharma? What is my service? Srila Gurudev, Srila Narayana Goswami Maharaj, he would say that a man without responsibility is living an animal's life. So if we're not taking responsibility, what is the greatest responsibility? Is to do Guru Seva. And so Śrīpāda Tridaṇḍī Mahārāja was the example of that.
Mm-hmm.
And now I know that next speaker is there. I'm sorry to keep going.
And we're still waiting for them to join in, but okay, let me see. Yeah, we're having, I think, some issue with the next speaker joining.
There's Āśrama Mahārāja here. Is he speaking?
Yeah, he will speak later, and also Bhaktivedanta Vaikhānasa Mahārāja, both of them, they have a spot later on.
Yes. Okay. Oh, thank you so much, Narasiṁha Prabhu, for sharing. So, and taking up. We had quite a few devotees drop off last minute, so you filled this time that would have left us wanting with really, really nice tapva, and we really appreciate your explanations. And to understand like that it's not like a material thing that has happened, that we materially lost Śrīpāda Tridaṇḍī Mahārāja, and also to understand what is a Vaishnava. I hope you are able to come to London soon again to educate us some more. And thank you for giving us your time. We're gonna go on. Apologies for the change of schedule, but very fortunate to go on to Māninī Rādhā Didi, in California. So go for it.
Wow. Okay. Ajnana-timirandasya jnana shalakaya chakshurunmilitam yena tasmai Shri Guruve Namaha. Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Shri Guru Prishtaya Bhutale Shri Srimad Bhakti Vedanta Madhavariti Namine. Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Radhikaya Priyatmane Shri Srimad Bhakti Vedanta Narayaniti Namine. Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Kṛṣṇa Prishtaya Bhutale Srimati Bhakti Vedanta Swaminiti Namine. Vanchakalpa Tarubhyascha Kripa Sindhubi Evacha Patitanam Pavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namaha. Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shri Vasari Gaura Bhaktavrinda Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare. Dandavat pranams to all devotees assembled here, all who will hear this in the future. And I feel very insignificant and unqualified actually to even speak. But I've also felt compelled to, and I'm sorry if I feel a bit emotional. But Śrīpāda Tridaṇḍī Mahārāja, you know, the only word I have for him was that he was my friend. You know, I never actually had the honor or occasion of meeting him in person. Somehow, how did I meet him? I met him via WhatsApp and via Bhakti Zoom. And so through the causeless mercy of my Gurudev, Śrīpāda Bhakti Vedanta Madhav Goswami Maharaj, I was put in the association of Vaishnavas. And I feel like I kind of came out of nowhere. I'm sure a lot of people felt like I came out of nowhere because I, like all of a sudden, I stumbled into this Sangha, and I stumbled into an association with my friend Yaśasvinī Prabhu. I met him because he was doing Bhakti Zoom, he and Yashodhari, and I came on one day and I was listening, and then I think they needed a kirtan or something, and I was like so new. I mean, I received Diksha in 2019. I met my Gurudev in 2018. And so I was like so new in this whole bhakti. I'm the only aspiring Vaishnava in my family. And so I was very eager for association. I was fortunate to know Her Grace Śyāmalī Mahārāja and my Gurudev. And through their causeless mercy, somehow I found myself in association with other great devotees. But I remember I did like Damodar Astakam. I'm playing my guitar. I was very fumbling around, and somehow out of that, Yashodanandan thought I would be perfect to do seva and to do like more on Bhakti Zoom, which is like, I don't know why he would think that, but I ended up starting to host and occasionally do kirtan, And then I got to where I was part of the team, like setting up things. But honestly, I was so new in bhakti that I knew like absolutely nothing. And I remember we were about to do Vraj Mandal Parikram in 2021. Now I've been doing Bhakti Zoom for a few months, maybe. And in all of that time, I never, ever had the direct association of Śrīpāda Tridaṇḍī Mahārāja, because the time zone difference between India and California is like 12 and a half hours. So it was like we were like diametrically opposed. But I had, seen his Harikatha via the Bhakti Zoom. And then I started to realize he was teaching like every day on things. And so when I realized I was going to have to host during Kartik, I remember leaving him a WhatsApp message, just, out of the blue, saying, just introducing myself and saying, I know that I've never had the honor or occasion to be on when he's on, but I wanted to just make an introduction. And I don't even know why, but I just felt compelled. I wanted to know him because of how he was as a teacher and how knowledgeable he was. And it seemed like 10 minutes later, he left me this message, and it just reflected, like, to me, the core of how I knew him and our relationship was that it's like an arrow entered my heart and he was my friend. He immediately made it seem like he knew me, like we only knew each other through this medium, through this technological platform. But he said, "Oh yes, Māninī Rādhā Didi, yes, I know you." And I, haven't had occasion to be on together. And he left me this kind of message, and he was saying, "Yeah, I know who you are. I appreciate you." And he was so complimentary of my seva. And when I'm thinking, I'm just like by the seat of my pants, I don't know what I'm doing, but he said, "Oh, yes, we shall talk." But then he was like, "But what will we talk about? Like, what? We need to have a topic." That was, so it was clear to me. I didn't want to, waste his time or, be frivolous with any Vaishnav's time. I got a big lesson during the pandemic, because when I became initiated, I just had tons of questions, and I would ask my Gurudev, like I would leave him messages like every few days, and it seemed like he would always get back to me. But there's this verse, Narada Bhakti Sutra, it's like Narad Muni gives advice in spiritual one-liners. And I feel like Madhava Bhakti Sutra, he's my Gurudev is the same. And there's this verse, Monam Vidyam Bhushanam, which is that the ornament of a scholar is silence. And I think that's why so much of the literature that we have, so many of those in our Guru Varga, they give advice in like aphorisms, these spiritual one-liners. And, with my Gurudev, that's definitely, he has 3 PhDs, and he's very much a scholar. And he's so responsive and answers all my questions, but usually I would feel like they're very cryptic. So I remember, I know my Gurudev like knew probably in his heart I needed conversation. So that, he told me very specifically, talk to Her Grace Shamarani, talk to Mukunda Adhikar Prabhu, Mahabhuti was in there. And very quickly, Śrīpāda Tridaṇḍī Mahārāja became one of those resources for me, so generous of time and energy. And so our correspondence really started in 2021, like September of 2021. And then I started hosting, and I think the next message that I left him was like the very beginning of October. And we would just exchange, our exchange really consisted of like a handful of topics. We talked about Vraj Mandal Parikram, we talked about Navadvip Parikram, we talked about Jaiva Dharma, we talked about Chaitanya Charitamrita, and also like the Siddha Pranali, or, the Sarup, Manjari Sarups of our Guru Varga. Those are like really it. But I think Maharaj, there was this quality he had that he immediately just made you feel like a bosom friend. There was never Aishwarya in the space. There was never, I never had this feeling of like, oh, like awe and reverence. I just had a feeling like, oh, this is my friend who I can talk to. And I remember it was during the pandemic that I had been peppering my Gurudev with all these, questions and messages, and he would usually answer within, 12 hours. And then I happened to catch a Facebook where I saw my Gurudev was driving. He was being driven off into some rural part of West Bengal. And It was like the camera was just on, and I saw these Matajis like prostrating themselves in front of the car, and him like lying, they were lying out in the street, and I was like, what's going on, And then it's like the car turned a corner eventually, and then there were like thousands and thousands, like tens of thousands, it seemed like, of Bengalis. And I remember bursting into tears because I thought, how is my Gurudev finding time to answer my questions if this is what he's doing? Like this level of seva. And I'm sorry, I'm jumping around, but I remember from then I thought I was just very touched, and I really began to have this sense of like the transcendental quality of these Vaishnavas. And I felt like Maharaj was very much like my Gurudev in that I would leave him a message, and it seemed like really quickly, even though we have this great time zone difference, he would get back. He would get back to me. And after we started corresponding, I remember him asking me like not where did I come from, but like, how did I come to bhakti? And I told him, oh, Maharaj, it took me like 50 years to get on this path, and I've been through Christianity. I've been through a little bit of Islam and Buddhism and all of the things. And Maharaj was like, he said the three words that I think I heard the most from him, which was, oh, well done, brilliant, Haribol, that's so he said. And he said, oh, you're going to love Jaiva Dharma, because it talks about all of these topics. And I was like, Jaiva Dharma. And I knew that I needed to read this book, but because when I first made Mahabodhi's acquaintance, he was reading Jaiva Dharma. He does a class, and I'm now in his class. But I remember when I joined the class, they were reading Jaiva Dharma. I felt like they were just speaking a foreign language. I couldn't connect. I just didn't have enough foundation at that point. I hadn't really read anything except for Gopi Geet, which through the blessing of Avadut Maharaj, that was the first book I was given. And I was going back now and reading Bhagavad Gita and Mahabharata, trying to understand. But a lot of my education was coming through Bhakti Zoom and through these things. And even then, my Gurudev probably trying to keep me from like going here and there. He was very specific on who I should hear Harikatha from. I remember calling him and saying, oh, Gurudev, I just heard this lecture from someone, and do you think that they're okay for me to hear from? He said, do you think this person knows more than Srila Gurudev? Do you think they know more than Srila Prabhupada? And so it's like, okay, but there was something about, I will say, the blessing of Śrīpāda Tridaṇḍī Mahārāja is that just like all of these other stalwarts that my Gurudev put me in association with, somehow interacting with them made my faith in my own Gurudev just deepen dramatically. And so I remember once I was having to host, and Radhika Manchanda was supposed to give Harikatha on, I still don't even remember the name of something that was on our schedule, but she didn't know what that was. I had asked Śyāmalī Didi, and Śyāmalī didn't know exactly what that Harikatha was. And I think Radhika reached out to Śrīpāda Nemi Mahārāja. And so like in desperation, I thought, well, let me call Tridaṇḍī Mahārāja and see if he knows what this is. And when he answered, I think it must have been almost midnight his time, but he sounded as he always does, just very strong and very present. And he said, oh, you should talk about Manasi Ganga. And I realized, yes, we didn't have, this is when we were doing Kartik and Tarun, you'll remember that. We had like the morning program, and then we would have another evening program. And sometimes the schedule was the same, and sometimes there were little distinctions, so that in a day you were getting like some things. But in this case, we did not have Manasi Ganga on our schedule that I was hosting. And so Maharaj asked me, oh, can you hear my message? And he left me Harikatha, like that I could forward, that I could play. And we ended up having a very good broadcast. And then from then I would just, ask him questions sometimes about the various parikrams, about, everything, because, again, at that point, I had not read Rajmanu Parikram. I had not read Navadvip Dhammahatmi or anything. I had never been to India. And when I remember I finally went to India in 2024. It took all this time. And I didn't even get to go for all of Kartik because of work that I had in Maya. But I had originally wanted to go for all of Kartik, but somehow I was working on a project that kept it was an event that was tied to the Latin Grammys, and I was doing some Super Bowl stuff, and it was just really intense material world things. And the dates for these things kept moving. And I remember telling my clients, I'm leaving to go to India. And they were like, okay, but but you're in charge of these events. And I said, yes, but I'm going to India. So we need to make arrangements. And I remember I changed my ticket to leave at the end of October instead of mid-October because of what was going on. And so when I finally went to India, in my mind, I think I watched too much of the little Kṛṣṇa series. I just was thinking, oh, this is going to be lovely. And I knew that Maharaj was at Radhakund. And I reached out to him. I said, Maharaj, I'm finally coming. But I had missed the Vrindavan Parikram part. And I came when we were already at Govardhan and all of that. And I missed the Parikram of Radhakund. And so I had some god sisters who were very kind that in our lighter Parikram days, they were like, oh, yes, now let's go to Vrindavan. Now let's go to Radhakund. And I remember reaching out to Maharaj. I said, Maharaj, I finally made it to India. And I hope that I can just meet you in person. And I swear in my mind, going to Radhakund, I thought would be like going to, like in the Kṛṣṇa movie, it'd be this little place and I just somehow find Maharaj. And it was so overwhelmingly full with people that, I'm following my god sister and we finally got there. And I looked to the side and 1 second I lost her in the sea of people. And it took, I don't know, like 5 or 6 minutes for me to find her again, even though she was right in front of me. And so, needless to say, I did not have the wherewithal to get to where Maharaj was. I apologize. I left him a message. I said, Maharaj, I'm so sorry that I didn't get to meet you because I was so overwhelmed. And he said, oh, Didi, he goes, I've been in India for 30 years and I'm still overwhelmed. And so this is how he was. And somehow, I just, like so many people have said, his constant daily seva of doing these broadcasts, this was like a North Star. This was like something I never really could catch his broadcast live. I couldn't even keep up with his broadcasts, honestly, but I would listen. Usually in the evening, I would put it on and listen as I'm like winding down my day. And I would reach out to Maharaj with questions and things. And he always had this mood, like I've heard others say that you were doing him a favor by any small thing you did, like just by listening. He would say, oh yes, I'm glad that you're getting something from these broadcasts. I'm glad someone's listening, And I'm like, Maharaj, I'm sure like thousands of us are depending on your Harikatha. This is like life, right? And I remember there were times that I would have a question that he couldn't answer. And then the feeling that I had was like I felt like with Śrīpāda Mahārāja that I felt like a little kid. Like I think I have enthusiasm and he had so much enthusiasm. And it was always like, he almost made me think of my brother, how my brother was so like curious as a kid and be like, let's see what's behind this like rock. Let's go see what's over on, in these trees, and Maharaj, he had that kind of mood and spirit. And so when there was a question, he'd say, oh yes, now we must ask Uncle Google, and your Gurudev is a mine of information. And, so it would become like this conspiratorial investigative hunt for, answers. And he was always so appreciative of those questions and of, I think, he was just so encouraging. He just, I never got the chastising strong side of Maharaj. I felt like I got encouragement, just sheer encouragement for whatever seva. When I told him about this idea I had to launch this Your Radical Quest platform as like a preaching and seva teaching thing, and I shared with him, he was like, oh yes, Didi, that's brilliant, well done, and then I remember just sending him things that I would be thinking of. And I remember I thought, Maharaj, you do so many narrations, and I listened to his audiobooks like all the time. Sri Chamatkar Chandrika. It's like almost every Ekadashi. I remember hearing that book and hearing, oh, if you want to stay up on Ekadashi, then this is something to imbibe. And his narration of that book is so beautiful. I started to imbibe it like monthly at least, or every other month, and just those stories of Kṛṣṇa. And whenever I try to stay up all night for Ekadashi, that is one of the things that I try to hear. And it's just his narrations are beautiful. And then one day I told him, you know, I think I would like to read some things. I had started reading the Kṛṣṇa book on Facebook, and he was super encouraging with that. It's like I left him, I sent him, I read like Srila Gaura Govinda Maharaja's 3 Logs of Wood, and he said, oh yes, Didi. And then he immediately like sent me a barrage of like really helpful messages, like, here's the recording thing I use, and think about getting this program so that you can edit things. And you know, and he just immediately is so encouraging for all of those things. And I don't know if I'm running out of time, Tarun, so you can let me know, because I feel like I'm okay. Because I just wanted to share just a few more things. It's so amazing that you know, for someone that I never met in person, like I said, I had such a deep and abiding connection with him. You know, I remember when I told him, I said, Maharaj, there's one topic that I have a very serious interest in, and it's to know the Manjari Swarup of the Manjari names of all of our Guru Varga. And he left me a message. He said, oh, yes, Didi, I'm very interested in this as well. Very interested. And so then we started to compare notes over who was who, and you know, and I was keeping a list, and he had his list, and we would compare notes from time to time. And just so, it was just so delightful to be in his association. And then I remember when he was hospitalized. And that was the first time that I mean, just maybe, I don't know, maybe a year or so ago, or I'm thinking, I don't know the exact dates, but I remember realizing that he wasn't on his broadcast because he had been hospitalized. And I thought, oh no, you know, Maharaj is not well. And I left him a message, and I just was saying, oh, I'm praying for you, your recovery, praying for you to get better. And, you know, he immediately left a message back, sounding, you know, like he always does, like his regular self, and just being very, very grateful for that. But I remember this pang in my heart coming, because I thought, oh, he has a heart condition. And I thought, I don't know where I heard this, but being on this path of Vaishnavism, Gaudiya Vaishnavism, it's not a path of like, I mean, as much love as we have for our Guru Dev, because our Guru Dev is like, I mean, I had this realization that my Guru Dev is my best friend on the planet, like bar none. And I still have both my parents, I still have my, you know, my family and all, but he is my best friend. And then I thought my other best friend is Her Grace Śyāmalī Didi. And then I start to think, these are really who I think of as my best friends, that have been like real friends, like really like that you can talk to, and also who help you to grow. And now I have, you know, I felt like Maharaj was one of my dear, dear friends. And so when he recovered from that, you know, from that illness, I was so happy. And I thought, I remember thinking, I really have to get back and consistently hear his broadcast, because what if he decides to leave? And you know, and then when I heard the news that he had left his body, had passed, I remember I was talking to my mom actually, and then I saw something come up on my phone, and I thought, oh, I said, Mom, one of my friends just died. That's what I said. I said, I have to go. And I felt immediately that bhajan Jai Anilo came into my heart. And I have to say that even though we've lost many stalwarts in recent years, like Srimati Uma Didi and Yashodanandanan Prabhu, different people that I felt very close to, Maharaj had a very specific place in my heart. And I couldn't believe he was gone. And I called my Guru Dev. That was the first thing I called my Guru Dev, and I wanted it to not be true. I said, Guru Dev, have you heard this news? Is this true? I'm hoping it's not true. And then my Guru Dev left me a message back saying, oh yes, there's this heartbreaking news that Śrīpāda Tridaṇḍī Mahārāja left his body, and my Gurudev was heading over to do some things, and I called Srimati Śyāmalī Didi. Mind you, I'm hearing this in the middle of the night for me. I mean, it was probably when I left Śyāmalī the message, it probably was 2 or 3 in the morning. I left it via I didn't ring the phone, but I left them messages. But both of them called back. But I remember I just got my guitar out and I just played that Bhajan Jayanilo, and I just was crying. But I then felt so happy as well, because I knew Maharaj was just glorious and like a real Vaishnav, and just everything about him just exemplified the utmost of what I know of Vaishnav to be. And I was so grateful. Like you say, we never really lose this association. Our hearts have to make room for more. It's like not my Gurudev and the exclusion of everyone else, but my Gurudev and Srila Gurudev and Srila Prabhupada and Srimati Śyāmalī and Srila Bhakti Swarup Śrīdhara Mahārāja and everyone else who is part of this one Chaitanya family. It's like we can't really be sectarian. I mean, it's so ridiculous. It's such a forgive me if I'm offending anyone, but I just feel it's absolutely ridiculous. There's so few Vaishnavas on the planet. There's that, and then it's even fewer who are just holding such a true conception, because there are many aspiring Vaishnavas who just are very deviated and are not having the benefit of reading these books, which are not books. It's like, as Her Grace Shamarani says, these are not books. We are sitting at the lotus feet of Srila Vyasadeva and Srila Krishna Das Kaviraj and Srila Shukadev Goswami and Sri Rupa Manjari and all of our Manjari Gan, all of our Guru Gan, and hearing these narrations of God. And not just that they're narrations of God. I think one of the things that I appreciated so much with Śrīpāda Tridaṇḍī Mahārāja was the way that he talked about parikram, the way that he talked about the pastime places of Vrajamandal and Navadvip Dham. I distinctly had the feeling that this wasn't just like, okay, we're acquiring knowledge, or to have like mental conceptions. It was like, I had the feeling I need this because I'm going to be there at some point, and he wants me to know how to get around so I can do my seva. He wants me to know, where is Yavat to Nandagan? Where is, where are these pastime places? Where is Govardhan? Where is Radhakund? Where are these things? Because when we are actually have the full realization of our own Swarup, this is where we will be. This is what we will be doing. We will be doing sevas. We will be in this magical dham that is like a lotus, that places in parikram that seem like, hours and hours apart in walking might just be steps apart, as this lotus opens and closes, and as we have seva to do, and ultimately what we're doing for our Ishtadev, for Srimati Radhika and her Prananath, Sri Kṛṣṇa. And so I felt that was something special that Śrīpāda Tridaṇḍī Mahārāja imparted to all of us, was that we must get these things not for the sake of knowledge, because pure bhakti is what? Anya bilasita sunyam, jnanakanavritam, anukulena Krishna usilam bhakti uttama. It's like not colored with knowledge, not because of karma, not because we want to know or we're afraid or, any of these things. It's out of sheer love, spontaneous attachment, rag, and that this is our true state. This is the reality that we are all trying to enter in. And so Śrīpāda Tridaṇḍī Mahārāja was one of the most encouraging people I've ever known, and one of the most generous with his time, with his energy, with his care. Actually, the very last time that we had a correspondence happened to be Gora Purnima of this just a few weeks ago. And that coincided with my birthday this year. So I was like, and I was very kind of sad. I was very happy. I was like, I was happy when I first realized that Mahaprabhu he had come in March, and I thought, oh yes, I'm a March baby. So he's like a Pisces like me. It's like, that's what I was thinking when I was just so nonsense. But there was always like, I felt this connection. I always wanted to go to Navadvip. I finally went to Navadvip just last year, and I made that entire parikram, which was just like almost killed me, honestly. It was so difficult, and I was very, 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 very sick when I got home. I mean, the sickest I've ever been in my life. And I remember Bhūdhara Prabhu was like, "Oh, Didi, this is great because you're just burning up karma." But like after like 3 or 4 weeks of being like rounds and rounds of antibiotics and being very sick, I called my Gurudev. I said, "Gurudev, everyone's saying, oh yes, this is so good and it's merciful, but I'm really sick, and I don't feel like this is mercy." And my Gurudev left me this message. He says, "Māninī Rādhā Didi." He said, "Absolutely, Rādhā, this is the mercy of the Holy Dham." He said, "You are having this sickness instead of many lifetimes in hell." And then immediately I thought, wow, I feel better already. All of a sudden I did. I felt like, oh, they welcomed it. It was like I felt like I could understand a little bit of Kunti Devi's mood. Give me these calamities because they're like helping me somehow to grow. So, I remember speaking to Tridaṇḍī Mahārāja, and I said, "Oh, I realized my birthday was falling on Gora Purnima, but I'm not here." So by mind, I knew I needed to be in the Dham, and I knew he was doing this parikram, and I went out and I took like a picture of the moon around my birthday, and it's the most beautiful picture of the moon that I've ever had the honor of taking. In fact, I will drop it in the chat if I could, because it was so special. And I remember sending it to Tridaṇḍī Mahārāja, and it's the very last message he left me was, "Wow." He just said, "Wow," because it's this very special picture. This is like unretouched. I'm going to try to drop it in the chat so that if devotees want to see it, they can. And I can even show you it. It's like it's just such a clear picture. The lighting. I was near the ocean, and just the lighting that was coming, it almost looks like this was like daytime. And so I sent this to Maharaj. I thought he would appreciate it, and sure enough, he did. And so that was our last exchange. And I just feel very grateful today. It was very difficult to watch the things that were being shared with his when they were preparing his body. It just is very, very hard. And even all these days later, thank God I'm speaking so late, because I don't think I could have given any sort of clarification any earlier. I was very tearful. I really could feel for when Bhūdhara Prabhu started doing these Pushpanjali broadcasts. I really felt for the Boston Sangha, who was the first ones to really give Harikatha. I saw my dear sister Jayshree, and I felt like she did. It's like you feel so full and happy from having had the association of Maharaj, but so like sad that now you cannot pick up the phone and talk to him. I feel sad that I didn't have the blessing to meet him in person, but still somehow he was my bosom friend and continues to be. And we're so fortunate for the wealth of nectar that he's left us with his website, which is like a mine. He says my Gurudev's a mine of information. He's a mine of information. He's a mine of both Siddhanta and Ras, just both in such a beautiful mix. And all of his audio narrations are just superb. And then it's a blessing that all of his Harikatha has been really nicely organized on YouTube, so that you can go through Jaiva Dharma, Chaitanya Charitamrita, and all of these other amazing books of our Guru Varga. So I've already spoken way too long with too little to say, but I just appreciate having a moment to glorify Śrīpāda Tridaṇḍī Mahārāja. I know that wherever he is, he's shining a light and paving a way, and that all of us will eventually be together again in Vraj Dham, and probably Navadvip as well. So with that, I'll just say Vanchakalpa Tarubhyascha Kripa Sindhubhyeva Chapatitanam Pavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namaha. Jai Jai Shri Radhesham Jai Shri Tridaṇḍī Mahārāja Ki Jai.
Guy, wow, thank you so much. There's too much to say. That's the problem. That's the problem, is that he left us with so many memories and so many impressions that it's hard to keep it brief. But Kṛṣṇa also making arrangements that some devotees dropped off last minute so you could have some more time. But yeah, thank you so much for sharing about your relationship with him. It's amazing how many connections have been made through Bhakti Zoom, although almost none of it has taken place in person. Maybe once or twice, some of us in London might have met up at some point and discussed things in person, but the vast majority of everything that's ever happened on Bhakti Zoom has been discussed over a call or the phone. But so many connections all around the world between different devotees have been made. It's really amazing, and we're so fortunate to have had this connection with Tridaṇḍī Mahārāja. Anyway, I'm going to go to our next speaker. We're very fortunate to have Śrīpāda Āśrama Mahārāja, has given us his time to speak. So I'll hand over to you now, Mahārāja.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Guruve Gaurachandraya, Radhikaye Tadalaye, Krishnaya Krishna Bhaktaya Tad Bhaktaya Namo Namaha. So I will try and say a few words. I've been sick the last few days, and I'm just getting out of bed, really. But I'm feeling very, very proud of our godbrother, Śrīpāda, Pujapāda, Bhaktivedanta, Tridaṇḍī Mahārāja. I didn't even know that there were other broadcasts going on with Madhukan. I just found out today. But we can see just from today how Maharaj, how he's touched so many hearts. So many hearts. And to be honest with you, I'm really, really, really surprised how Maharaj touched my heart. I'm really surprised. I'm not an easy one again, but Maharaj, he got me. I remember back in, when is it that I came to Gurudev? Like 96. Then that time he was Nandi Kishore. I guess he had been initiated by Gurudev by that time. And I didn't really have much contact with him because I was traveling with Gurudev's entourage, and Tridaṇḍī Mahārāja, he was staying in India. And so I would see him from time to time, but not really talking so much. So years went on, and then I got sannyas, I think, in 2001, and maybe he in 2003, something like that. I can't remember. And we started to get a little bit closer. We started to interact a little bit more. And he was giving classes, but I wasn't really listening to his classes or coming online for his classes. But we would speak, and Maharaj, as has been mentioned before, he was very enthusiastic about points of views, very, very enthusiastic. And he would speak to me, and I would take it in. But then as time went on, then we started to realize that we had some of the same interests in terms of philosophy, not just Siddhanta, but Ras Vichar. And then whenever we would meet, then we would just start speaking amongst ourselves. And it was like things would open up, different truths that we kind of were pondering, then they would open up to us. Whether I would say something to him and then something would open up to him, or even my saying something to him and speaking to him, that I would get more realization, or he's speaking to me. And in this way, we start to develop our relationship like that. And then we start to develop a closeness. So as time went on, we were on our different paths and studying our different books. And Maharaj, we would hear Harikatha from different personalities. And even though I'm not somebody that publicizes what I do, I don't necessarily hide what I do either. But Maharaj, he would not reveal so easily as I would. And he said, I don't believe you're doing that. And we started to develop a relationship because we had similarities. And the truth of the matter is that Tridaṇḍī Mahārāja and myself, we're kindred spirit, we're kindred souls, absolute kindred souls. So much so it's uncanny. And I didn't realize it until this last year when I went to Vrindavan and then I went to stay in Radha Kund. Actually, I had rang up Maharaj from Benin, where I am right now, and I said, Maharaj, I'm coming to Vrindavan and I get the feeling I want to stay in Radha Kund. Can you arrange something for me? And immediately he arranged a room where he was staying. And the price was right, everything was good. And then I went there, and then because it was parikram season, they doubled the price and it was a little bit out of my range. And just at that time, Satya Maharaj just told me, hey, I've just rented a room, just immediately right there on Radha Kund, not far away, just on Radha Kund, and you can have it for as long as you want. You don't have to pay anything. I said, wow, that's amazing. So I was staying there, and so then I would go and I would see Maharaj from time to time, not frequently, just a little bit. Sometimes there would be a broadcast, and I didn't have good reception. So then I would go there, I would be with him. What's his name? French Maharaj. What's the name of the French Maharaj who was just on today?
Śuddhādvaitī Mahārāja.
Śuddhādvaitī Mahārāja. Śuddhādvaitī Mahārāja was there, and we would be discussing and we would exchange. So in the course of going to see Maharaj, then I came to understand just how sick he was, that he was having heart issues maybe on a daily basis or almost on a daily basis. And it was like really, really bad. So then during that course of time, I went into a hospital to get some treatment done. And we would discuss our different ailments and this and that, but mine was nothing like his. And after I had got my treatment, then Maharaj said, oh, so what do you think of this hospital? I said, yeah, really, really good hospital, such nice people, very respectful devotees, etc., etc. He said, okay, well, maybe I'll go in. And then he had a heart, whatever happens with his heart, and he passed out. So then he said, okay, so I have to go in and I have to see what to do. So then he went in the hospital and they were talking about open heart surgery and this and that. And Maharaj said, no, I'm not going to do open. He said, whatever, don't let them do open heart surgery on me. So then finally they said, okay, well, we can put a stent. Is that what they call it, a stent? But Maharaj, Śuddhādvaitī Mahārāja said he had 3 stents, but I think he had already like 4, 5, or 6 stents, actually. And the doctor said, he said, I've only heard of people having 3 stents, and he already has like 5 or 6, and to put another one. But Maharaj was like, he was adamant. He said, no, I'm not going to have open heart surgery. This is the only way I'm going to do it. So he went in with what's the name, Rasa Manjari and another devotee, and they took him in the hospital, and I had to go to Vrindavan and come back right whilst after the operation. And somehow, actually, I waited for the operation, and it was successful. And it was like such a sigh of relief because, honestly speaking, I wasn't sure he was coming out. Going in there with 6 stents. I mean, it's like the doctors haven't even heard of it. And but he said, no, this is the only way I'm going to do it. He didn't even want to go in the hospital, actually. He didn't even want to go in the hospital. I don't know, maybe I talked him into it, or just the fact that I went in and it was okay and I gave a good recommendation of the hospital. Then finally he relented because his mood was like, I don't mind. I'm ready to leave. It's okay, like this and like that. And in the midst of all of that, then he said, "Okay, I'll go in the hospital." And I was a bit surprised actually that he agreed to go in the hospital. So Maharaj, as has been said, he was somebody who brought life to so many people, and he's somebody who touched people's hearts in such a strong way. And I didn't realize how much he had touched my heart until when he left. Then I realized what an impression. Actually, I was thinking that when Maharaj left, then he actually took a piece of my heart with him. And that doesn't happen to me. 1 second. Yeah, that is something that doesn't happen to me. Like Srila Gaur-Govinda Maharaj, Srila Gurudev, Srila Bhaktivinoda Narayana Maharaj. And outside of that, there have been personalities in our Sangha who have left, but they haven't affected me in the way that Maharaj's leaving has affected me. And I didn't have that much association with him, as I mentioned earlier. So this just shows what the gravitas, the weighty nature of Tridaṇḍī Mahārāja. To me, anyway, that he could have such an effect. As I said before, we realize that we're kindred spirits. We're kindred spirits, kindred souls, I don't know. We realized that we had that oneness of nature. And so because I like to see myself as a bit of a Bhajan Nandi also. And he knows that. But at the same time, here I was and here I am in Africa. My body's like giving up also. But Maharaj, he like really encouraged me. He so much encouraged me that to the point that his disciple, Rasa Manjari, who was staying there in Vrindavan serving, that he told her that you have to go, and because she's an architect, so you have to go and help Maharaj build a temple in Africa, and I'll pay the ticket for you and another person. And anytime I speak to him, he said, "Okay, when are you ready to have her come and start the project?" And he was so encouraging to me to do the preaching program. But both of us knew that, and then in our talks, then he revealed to me that he also had been in Africa, but before he was a devotee, that he had traveled in Ethiopia, Kenya. He traveled throughout the coast actually, and he was describing the places, and he really had a good time, as it materially, totally materially. Yeah, he really had a good time. So he could relate with what I was experiencing in Africa. But our hearts was something different. It's like we're here, we're preaching, but yeah, it's not my heart really. It's really not my heart. My heart is something different. And Maharaj's heart was the same thing. And I was surprised how enthusiastic he was to delve into the heart's treasures. There were some esoteric books, commentaries that I hold very dear to my heart. And Maharaj just brought out from the blue, from his closet, he brought little printed booklets of these very same commentaries that I treasure. And I said, what? You went and printed them? He said, yeah, because just like me, he doesn't really like to read from a computer. He likes the hard copy. And he had hard copies of these books that not many people in our Sangha would have access to so easily, like that. So Maharaj and I, we're very, very, very close in this way. So Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, he told Haridas Thakur that some people speak very nicely, but they don't necessarily practice. And some people practice, but they don't necessarily speak. But you speak and you practice. And I forget what he said in the end, that you can deliver the world. So Maharaj was in that line of somebody who was practicing, chanting very, very seriously for decades. But at the same time, he used modern technology to preach. And he was telling me also, he said, this is what you have to do, Maharaj. He said, you have to go online and you have to preach. You have to preach your African mission. He was pushing me more than me. I'm just trying to just do what I can do and I'm out of here. But Maharaj you have to go online, you have to do this, da, 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 da. So Maharaj was the example of somebody who practiced very, very seriously. And then the result of his practice was the preaching. It came automatically. Just like there's a book of Srila Bhakti Rakshak Sridhar Maharaj, Golden Volcano of Divine Love. That which you're practicing within, then automatically it will flow out in the form of preaching. And Maharaj, he was such a good example of that. And he used modern technology so that he could stay in the holy dham and he could do his bhajan. And at the same time, he could preach all over the world. Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Prabhupada, he said, Pran, let me see. Pran achese hetu prachar, that one who has life, that person preaches. So we can understand the life of Maharaj by how his preaching has touched other people's lives. Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, he asked Roy Ramananda, what is the most distressful thing? And Roy Ramananda, he said, Kṛṣṇa Bhakta Viraha Bina Dukkha Nahi Dekhi Pa. He said, apart from separation from the devotee of Kṛṣṇa, I know of no unbearable unhappiness like the unhappiness of separation from a devotee. So here we can understand the depth of the Vaishnavata of Maharaj is that by his leaving, even those who did not have that much association with him, I did not have that much association with him, but his leaving has left some dirt, D-E-R-T-H, dirt in my heart. Something's missing. And this is due to his Vaishnavata. That I'm sure that Maharaj is there, accompanying Srila Gurudev in Srila Gurudev's preaching, wherever Srila Gurudev is preaching. Srila Gurudev, he simultaneously in Navadvip Dham, in Goloka Vrindavan, and also preaching in the world. And Maharaj, as one of Gurudev's Antaranga associates, his internal associates, that he's there accompanying and preparing himself now for his next preaching tour. That it hits hard. I think amongst the Western sannyasis, Maharaj is the second after Avadut Maharaj in our Sangha, is it? What do you think, Taran? Yeah,
Before
he's the
my
second.
time, Maharaj.
Huh?
You all took sannyas before I even really before I ever met any devotees, so I can't say.
Yeah, so for us, the Western devotees, Western sannyasis in Gurudev Sangha, we have a special, especially those who took sannyas from Srila Gurudev, we have a special bond because for the most part, we were in ISKCON. Not for the most part, not practically, all of us, we were in ISKCON. And we left ISKCON, and probably not very ceremoniously, at least not in my case. And we went and we took shelter of Gurudev exclusively. And in a situation where we had no other shelter, we just jumped. We jumped ship and we jumped into Srila Gurudev's lap. And it was only for Srila Gurudev to catch us. Otherwise, we had nowhere to go. So we have a bond in that way. And then we've gone through the whole situation of shifting from ISKCON to the Gaudiya Math, even though we Western sannyasis of this particular group, we never really aligned as Gaudiya Math, quote unquote, as such, because we never gave up our allegiance to Srila Prabhupada, Srila Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada, and at the same time, Srila Gurudev. So wherever there were different issues here and there, we never really dealt with those issues, but we had our own oneness, our own unity, our own harmony amongst ourselves. And now we're all pretty much 70 years old and over. So Father Time spares no one. So as time goes on, then more of us will be leaving. What I can say to younger devotees is that now you should take care of your health. You should really take care of your health, because later on in life, then when the body starts to fail, which the body ultimately will fail all of us. But if we take care of our health now, then it's not going to be so dire later on. I'm just speaking from my own experience, where I ruined my body even before I became a devotee, but still, as a devotee, I engaged a lot of service, but I could have done it in a way where I didn't ruin my body. Just the lifestyle that I led, going out on Sankirtan and eating out of supermarkets all the time. And then even after that, when I traveled in America, I did the same thing living in a van. And now I'm paying the price. So my advice to younger devotees is there's a lot of information out there on how to take care of your body, take care of your bodies. Take care of your bodies, and you have more time to be able to serve the mission of our Guru Bhagan, Srila Gurudev, and your gurus. Because later on, then it becomes quite difficult to turn back what you've already done. It's impossible. So Tridaṇḍī Mahārāja, he didn't care. That's what he would tell me. I'm not bothered. I'm ready to go. And with the time that he had, he was just completely, he dove in to his devotional service. He dove into his Harikatha. He dove into his printing saver, and he dove into the treasures of his heart, which was the treasures of Gurudev's heart. So I'm feeling very, very proud to be able to remember his glories and pray for his mercy, that I can and we can follow in his footsteps. Pujapad Bhakti Vedanta Tridaṇḍī Mahārāja ki jai. Srila Bhakti Vedanta Narayana Goswami Mahārāja ki jai. That's it.
Jai. I just wanted to ask you, thank you so much, Maharaj. I just wanted to ask you, when did you first meet him?
When did I first meet Maharaj? When I came to India in '96, because he was in Australia, I was in England. So I didn't really meet him till '96, but I didn't really interact with him as such so much. Didn't interact because I went there for the parikram, and it was all very strange for me coming from ISKCON in October of '96, and then immediately just coming into a parikram. So he was one of the few Western devotees that was already there, because he had taken shelter of Gurudev before that. But I didn't really have any interaction. I was more a loner, to be honest with you. Our relationship, it just grew over the years, interacting and talking. And to be honest with you, it wasn't until this last year in Radha Kund that he and I we developed a closer bond, and it was going to get closer, but anyway, Gurudev has taken it.
Thank you so much, Maharaj, for making time for us, especially when you're not so well.
And thank you, because you're somebody who is against, there's nothing you can do about it. Your health is not good. And even though you would like to take care, but still somehow or other you're being dealt this test. So thank you for putting on this program, but do take care of your health also as best as you can. Find a balance.
I will. I was reflecting on it recently because it was just less than a month ago that we did Zoom Parikram with Śrīpāda Tridaṇḍī Mahārāja, and I was reflecting that if I didn't have chronic fatigue right now, then I would probably be working. And if I was working, I'd be working full time, and I wouldn't have been able to do this Zoom saver. So I didn't really have that realization before, like a month ago, that actually everything is coming as Krishna's arrangement. So
right. Yeah, that's the kind of that's how Tridaṇḍī Mahārāja would see it.
Yeah.
It's Krishna's arrangement that he just dived totally into his devotional service.
Yeah.
But yeah, take care of the body as best as you can. That's also pure devotional service.
And now that we don't have Śrīpāda Tridaṇḍī Mahārāja. Even though you're so busy, we might need more of you on Bhakti Zoom. I'm just giving you a heads up. Making a humble plea.
No, listen. Because Tridaṇḍī Mahārāja has left, then I'm thinking that as he's inspired me that I'll do more. And I didn't want to say anything because I didn't want to put myself on the line. But I'm thinking that I'll do more.
Okay.
And this is because of Tridaṇḍī. This is solely because of Tridaṇḍī Mahārāja.
Mm-hmm.
Solely because of him. I want to follow in his footsteps. At least let me go out preaching.
Yeah. He was doing so much. I was just looking at his YouTube, and it's just like every day. It's just every day he's live for an hour, like 1 hour, 1 hour. You can go back, you can scroll through for like months. It's just every day he's doing. And it wasn't easy for him either. It wasn't easy for him physically. So yeah, it was just so amazing.
No, I guess there were heart attacks. He was having heart attacks, like almost on a daily basis after a while. He was having these heart attacks.
Wow.
But he just kept on going. So after he had the last one, after he went to the hospital, and I guess he got a little bit of relief, but I was speaking with his disciple, and she told me that they were still coming on. They were still coming on. Because, with so many stents in the body, what to do?
Yeah. It's like that.
But he's a sterling example for all of us. And he left his love in the hearts. And he took our love also with him to Gurudev. And so we're very fortunate. He left something and he took something.
Yeah, it's true.
Tridaṇḍī Mahārāja, the transcendental thief.
Yeah. He was like that. I think I'm going to speak properly tomorrow, hopefully all being well, but I wanted to tell you, just in case you're not online, I had a phone call with him, 1 or 2 phone calls with him a month ago, and one of the things he said to me before we started the Zoom parikram, he said to me, "Kiss, keep it simple, stupid." And that was like his mantra for the Navadvip parikram, that I had to keep it simple. Because he was like, "We're stupid." And I was like, "You're not stupid, Maharaj." And he was like, "Yes, I am. I failed my maths O level so many times," or something like that, It was very sweet. Yeah. He gave me so much.
He gave so many people. It's amazing how he did it. It's amazing. That's because he utilized his time in Christian service. He wasn't kind of, getting absorbed in so many different aspects of the material energy. He was focused. So because he was so focused, he was able to use bhajan and also liberally give his time to devotees, because he didn't give his time to Maya. Now, many of us, I'm talking about myself, I give my time to Maya, and because of that, then it's difficult to also give time to Krishna and give time to devotees. You see? But Tridaṇḍī Mahārāja, he was a recluse on one hand, but he utilized that time, that precious time, so nicely. It's amazing. It's amazing.
Yeah.
Gurudev polished him, and at the end of this life, then he manifested the gem. Gurudev manifested the gem in Tridaṇḍī Mahārāja.
Yeah.
Because I'm sure if they knew him back in, what was he? He was Narada Muni. That was his name before, Narada Muni. If people knew him back when he was Narada Muni, they probably have so many stories about wacky Narada Muni. But now, some years later, then he's Pujapad or Śrīpāda Tridaṇḍī Mahārāja. This is the glory of Srila Gurudev, and this is the glory of bhakti. That bhakti has transformed someone into a gem-like devotee.
Wow, that's so nice. Yeah. I think I have to try and follow in his footsteps. I think that's what he'd want
Yes,
from
he's
me.
an example for all of us. All of us. It can be done. You know, he's not somebody who's born in a Vaishnava family in Bengal or Orissa, who's never come in contact with any kind of listen. No, he's been there with us. He told me his story, his life, to some degree, not the whole thing, but something. But he's been there, he's done it like us, and then he took to the process enthusiastically, and he got the mercy. And this we can also do, we can also follow. It's achievable, it's accessible. He makes it accessible, but at the same time, he's taking our hearts with him.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure. And he always wanted me to be more serious in my bhakti and be more serious in the seva, you know. He was always encouraging me, like whenever he'd talk to me. Actually, I looked at my old messages, and twice he told me, like from 5 years ago, he told me, don't yawn on Zoom. Like things like this, he was telling me, and he was, you know, he got one devotee who lives in Boreham Wood to send me a copy of the Navadvip Parikram book. And like he was like, you know, you got to consult this before we start. This was even recently, like he was like, you got to consult this before we start. So you know, he was really like, I have to become absorbed, you know. He was on a call like 5 years ago. He told me that Kṛṣṇa is throwing me a line, you know. So yeah, he wanted more from me, you know. It was always, so feeling
Tridaṇḍī Mahārāja was pushing. He was pushing. He would push a lot of devotees like that. He would push me also, but not so much. But he would push.
Yeah, it's amazing.
That was his mercy.
Yeah.
That was his mercy on us, actually.
Yeah, he had so much mercy. Actually, he was giving. He was just He was just in all sorts of different ways. He was just engaging me, and getting me more involved, and you know, telling me do it this way, you know. And he wasn't pleased when I had my hair down. He was like, tie up your hair, and you know, like all of these like simple practical things like that, and like wear tilak, and then also like talking about like some of the highest things. And like I took some notes from this call that he gave me like 5 years ago, and he's talking about like things like I'm not like qualified to repeat, but he was talking about like deep things like from like Ashtakali Alila and stuff. Like he was telling me like these really, really deep things. Like I just looked at my notes recently and I was just like, wow, like I've hardly ever like heard, I don't think I've ever heard like what he said to me before. I was like, wow, like I was like reading it and I was like, I feel so unqualified to even see this. And he told me this like 5 years ago. So he was really had so much to give and he was eager to give. Yeah. So,
Yeah, it's amazing how he was simultaneously, and this is the quality of Gurudev, Srila Bhaktivinoda Mahārāja, is that Gurudev was so sedantic, so precise in his understanding, presentation, realization of Siddhanta. But at the same time, Gurudev was so rasik, both those qualities were there. And Tridaṇḍī Mahārāja, following in the line of Gurudev, then he studied Siddhanta as Gurudev had presented. And the thing is, even though Tridaṇḍī Mahārāja was so much into Rasik Vaishnava literature and Rasik Vaishnava philosophy, but he would tell me, he said, but I always want to keep Gurudev in the center. I always want to keep Gurudev in the center. He would read from different places, but not necessarily talk about it. But he was always very, very, very careful that I just want to represent Srila Gurudev. I want to keep Gurudev in the center. As long as Gurudev was in the center, then he was okay. But if Gurudev was not in the center, then no matter how Rasik it was, then he would not touch like that. But my point was that he followed Gurudev in embodying Siddhanta and Ras Katha, the both in one person. So he's continuing on, and he's there with Gurudev, or it may take some years for them to actually unite again in their pastimes, because there's prakat and aprakat, manifest and unmanifest. So now he's taking birth somewhere else in his journey, and at the right time, then he'll meet up again with Gurudev and continue in the mission. Of course, some may say that he's gone to Goloka Vrindavan or Navadvip. That is beyond me. But right now, I'm dealing just with the preaching mission of our Gaudiya Guru Vaishnavas.
Thank you so much, Maharaj.
Okay.
For giving us all your
Haribol.
time. I'm now going to hand over to our next speaker, Śrīpāda Bhaktivedanta Vaikhānasa Mahārāja, to take over.
Ready? Well, sorry, I just ran here. Been busy all morning. Just finished cooking for the deities and devotees. Got here just in time. Just last 2 minutes of Āśrama Mahārāja. Wish I could have got more, but I don't know what anybody said. I hope I don't drone on and repeat things and all. Looking quite a nice little group here. I'm seeing a name that I've not seen or heard for a long time, Dilip Sahajpal. I remember him very well from when we used to do those workshops. And in fact, I just saw a video with Tridaṇḍī Mahārāja in it. And in that video, it was at the time of one of these workshops. I'm thinking it was in Navadvip. I'm thinking it was then, I can't tell for sure. And Tridaṇḍī Mahārāja was saying, oh, it's so good, best thing. I never felt the sannyasis were together, but now I feel it more than ever. Yeah, and that was to Shoda's friend Dilip, who helped organize and bring that all together. So it's nice to see his name and face there. Okay. Now, let me please just offer obeisance. Agyan. Oh, there it is. He's live. Agyanatimirandasya Gyananjana Shalakaya Chakshu Militanjena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha Gurave Gaura Chandraya Radhikaya Tadalaye Krishnaya Krishna Bhaktaya Tadabhaktaya Namo Namaha Vancha Kalpatarubhascha Kripa Sindhu Bhyevacha Patitanam Pavanebhyo Vaishnavibhyo Namo Namaha. So we always begin every speaking by offering our most humble obeisance unto the lotus feet of our beloved gurus, unto Sri Guru Pada Padma Nityalita Bhavishta Om Vishnupad Asta Tarsat Sri Srimad Abhaya Charanadavinda Bhaktivedanta Swami Maharaj Srila Prabhupada and Sri Guru Pada Padma Nityalita Bhavishta Om Vishnupad Asta Tarsat Sri Srimad Bhaktivedanta Narayan Goswami Maharaj. Today is the appearance day of Sri Bhakti Vallabha Tirtha Goswami Maharaj, who left us a few years back. wonderful disciple of Sri Bhaktivedanta Mahārāja and the Acharya of their institution for so many years. Good friends with our Srila Gurudev, very wonderful devotee. And it's Ram Navami. I know that people are celebrating that on different days in different places, but in Ayodhya, this is when Lord Ram is appearing today, and Mayapur, Vrindavan. And also we offer our obeisance to our dear godbrother, our Srila Bhaktivedanta Tridaṇḍī Mahārāja, who we're all sharing some recollections, some memories, and actually I'm quite astonished, really. It has not ceased to amaze me the extent of the outpouring, because frankly, at my age, devotees, godbrothers, godsisters, peers, are disappearing every week, you know. Every week I'm looking on Facebook and somebody's leaving, right? Oftentimes you hear it's some extended illness, some difficulty, and they post these terrible pictures of somebody in a hospital with tubes in their nose and looking just horrible. And I think, God, I hope that doesn't happen to me. And then I look at the way that our Tridaṇḍī Mahārāja left this world. It's just so fitting, just like him. You know, he was somebody who did not like pomp, circumstance, fuss, you know, and I was looking at him lying there, and he had this very slight smile, almost like a smirk on his face, right? Like, tricked you all. And I mean, there are many ways you could look at it. I was talking with his former wife, Bhajanti Mala, and she said the same thing. And I said, you know, he would have been really impatient with everybody hovering around him and circling, throwing flowers on him and all, you know, but at least at that point, he seemed quite tolerant and he was smiling nicely. And he looked so fresh. You know, sometimes you see that. Sometimes you see that, very fresh, and he looked satisfied and happy. And that same day, he had just given a class. I'd spoken to him just, you know, some hours before. And I knew that he's had his health struggles for many years with his heart. But somehow or other, he just kept pushing through. And we all know that when you reach this age, he was a year older than me, you know, so he was like 77 or would be 77 this year. And everybody knows their time's coming. But he seemed, you know, like he was doing pretty well. And he had been receiving godbrothers and guests just the day before or a couple of days before. Nemi Mahārāja, Mahabodhi, godbrothers, Bopadev, all were there. And, you know, they were very happy to see him. And that brings to mind something that, you know, about Tridaṇḍī Mahārāja. I said that he was not so much into formal institutions, you know, a lot of organization, you know, a lot of crowds and commitment. He hated it, in fact. I could tell you a few stories about that during Parikram. But somehow or other, he had deep personal relationships, one-on-ones, one-on-twos, one-on-threes with devotees all over the world. And that's what you saw after his disappearance, people from all over the world outpouring of deep appreciation and deep attachment and affection for him that he had somehow cultivated over these years. And early on, after he'd taken sannyas, he did a lot of traveling, going to many different places, but he never did big programs. He always was in smaller venues where he took the care to work with people individually and maintain those connections. When he would get back, he was one of the first devotees, maybe the first that I knew, to do internet classes, to connect with people through internet. And he wouldn't just give a class and then end it. He also had these interactive classes, and he was very demanding that anyone who was in his class, you had to prepare. Sometimes you had to speak. He would ask questions and sometimes chastise. Oh, you didn't prepare. I've heard from some people about that, and they would be really worried about, okay, now we're going to class with Tridaṇḍī Mahārāja. I didn't prepare enough. Bhūdhara's wife, Lalita, would confide like that to me, you know. But they loved him. They all loved him because his concern, and I have to say his bluntness, is quite blunt, was out of affection and concern. And you knew that. And so you didn't take offense at it. And we met in 1997. And I thought this was unique to me, but apparently I've heard stories from people that also met him in very similar ways, you know, but it was, I had met Gurudev that summer in the Bay Area of near San Francisco. And everyone was talking about, oh, you've got to go to Vrindavan, Parikram, you've got to go to Parikram. And I, oh, okay. And I went, and complete culture shock for a Westerner. I mean, just unbelievable, especially for me, who hadn't been involved with devotees for 15 years. Friends, but no connection because it was severed with our former institution. And then to go into the environment of the Gaudiya Math, and I was just, I don't know what the English say, gobsmacked everywhere, you know, just the pressure, the pace, the uncertainty, not knowing what we're doing next, all the lectures in Bengali, Hindi. There's no real translations yet, no radios, no ongoing translation. Sometimes Ramachandra would give a little translation, but at that time his Delhi accent was really thick, and it was, you could barely understand it. And I'm just going nuts trying to fit in and endure for that month. But this devotee came up to me, and he was really friendly. And somehow that we hit it off immediately. And introduced himself as Nanda Kishore. And he said he'd previously been in ISKCON. His name had been Narad Muni. He told me his whole story. I was initiated from one guru who fell down. Everything was a mess. Both he and his wife had prayed for a number of years that they find a guru like Srila Prabhupada. They'd been praying to him. And they both had a lot of responsibility. He's a very talented individual. And they made him big manager of a big temple there, big project. And he was very good at it, didn't like it, didn't like being in charge of people. He was a lone wolf, you know, he was a lone wolf, but he did it. And then he came to India, and this was much more to his suiting. And amazingly enough, he wasn't, he didn't speak Hindi, didn't speak Bengali, knew a little few words, but somehow he just fit in very nicely. And wherever he went, people warmed up to him, helped him, such that he ended up, when he would live in Vrindavan at different times, then he would go to Mayapur, Navadvip at different times, living there. And wherever he went, he got along just fine. He'd get a motorbike. He learned all the different places to go. He knew all the pastime places, knew all the routes, all how to get there. And all of that came out in later years when we started doing these virtual parikrams. And he would walk people through the parikram, showing them the map with very intimate knowledge of each place, how to get there, this and that. And I found by doing those virtual parikrams with him that I actually got more out of it in terms of understanding the layout of both Vrindavan and the greater Navadvip more than I ever had walking. When I was walking or on the bus, I never knew where I was, especially because I wear glasses. And a lot of times they said, oh, you've got to take your glasses off. I couldn't see anything. Where are we now? And those parikrams that he helped to organize and guide us were so helpful. So, you know, got to know him at that time. And he always said, yeah, I really get along with you. I really like you. I really like you. And then it was a few years later that I gave everything up and moved to India. What was that, 2002? I spent the winter, and then 2003, you know, that summer, stayed for good. And then our relationship became more, we had more frequent opportunities for meeting. So we went to Bangalore. And then in 2004, Gurudev gave us shotgun sannyas, you know, you got to take sannyas. And then when we were in, and then he sent us back to Bangalore to establish a temple. And so we did. And we moved a couple of times. And then we moved to one place near the middle of the city, near, what was it called? The Gandhinagar, near the train station, near the bus station. And he would come and visit. And this is when we started this relationship. We were working really hard there and dealing with all the devotees and all the different kind of congregation and all these different kinds of Indians. And I was just struggling like anything, just working hard to keep it all together. And then he'd show up and he'd just take over the show, right? And everybody would be surrounding him and he'd give class and everybody was so into him and they were praising him and this and that. And I'm sitting there going, what's going on? You know, he's coming in here. I'm working so hard. I'm doing this and that for this devotee, that devotee. Nobody's appreciating me, you know, and so I was annoyed with him, right? And then the next year, the same thing. But then I got this realization, and this became a standing joke for us. I started calling him Uncle Dave. And he said, why are you calling me Uncle Dave? I said, well, you're like Uncle Dave. Uncle Dave is that uncle who just doesn't have any responsibility, travels around, comes and visits his brother or sister. They've got kids. They're working really hard. You know, the kids, you know, they see Uncle Dave. He takes them out on the motorcycle, takes them for ice cream, goes to the movies. They all love Uncle Dave, you know. And then after about 3 or 4 days, Uncle Dave blows off and goes away, right? And the kids are saying, oh, why can't you be more like Uncle Dave? Uncle Dave is so cool. You know, but the parents who have to stay there, work hard, deal with all the problems every day, the kids don't appreciate him. So I said, I'm like the parents, you're like Uncle Dave. And he just roared. He loved that, you know. And then I loved it too, because Uncle Dave, he, you know, everybody gets picked up. Everybody appreciates him. And then our relationship became thicker and thicker. And then we actually, at this one place we'd been staying at this house of these 2 disciples of Gurudev, married couple, we rented the upstairs from them. And the guy was getting a little bossy, and we just got tired of it. It was me, Giridhari, you know, all these guys, Jai Gopal, Venugopal from Canada, a lot of the devotees, Jagadish was there at one time, all the guys that are up in Radhe Kunj now. We're just getting tired of being bossed around by this guy, so we left. We just went to Tirupati, said, okay, keep your house. We don't want any part of it. And then Tridaṇḍī Mahārāja went down there and visited. We were gone, but he visited that house, that couple, and he was preaching to the congregation. And they said, oh, you know, now they're gone. What are we going to do? Da, da, da. So he said, well, why don't you just give the place to them free? You're charging this rent, really high rent, and it's just a small place. They're all crammed in. You should do some service. You know, he chastised them. You should do service. You don't need the money. You don't need that money. Just call them up and tell them you give it to them free. I'll bet they'll come back. And that's what they did, and that's what we did. We went back. So in a way, I don't know if we would have gone back, you know, but he sort of set that in motion. And so we went back and stayed there. And that place was in a very dense part of the town. And they had a well there that was 50 meters from a sewer river. And unknowns to me, I was drinking water that came from that well. I didn't realize, and I got really sick. I got so sick for 1 month. I had like 103, 104-degree fever for the whole month. You know, I just lying in bed, not eating, not doing anything. Just couldn't do a thing. And then Tridaṇḍī came and visited again. And he said, well, what's wrong? And I told him, and I said, well, what are you eating? I said, I haven't eaten. I can't eat anything. And he had just come from Malaysia. And in Malaysia, there was a devotee there who had opened up a factory for creating powdered green supplements, really high quality, you know, powdered wheatgrass and other greens, concentrated nutrition and chlorophyll and purifying. And back in those days in India, to get something like that, it was like gold. You know, this was like early 2000s. You just didn't come across that kind of stuff. I mean, you know, bottled water wasn't even around yet, you know, so, you know, and he had these packets and he said, here. And he gave me a bunch of them. And I started drinking 1 or 2 every day. And within a few days, I got my strength back and I got cured, And I think it might have been the packets, might have been his affection, Krishna's plan, all these things together, but I'll never forget that, that he was there. And also he, encouraged everybody, kept things going. And so practically every year, even though we moved here and there, he would come and visit and establish really nice relationships with devotees. We moved to another place, a house of another couple. Their names were Shama and Bilvamangal, and they had deities, and we were going to do Janmashtami. Oh, this is before. Okay, wait. I'm jumping ahead. We were still in that other house, the little house, and we're doing Janmashtami. Our first Janmashtami had been in that little house, and what could we do? So we decided we're going to do a big Janmashtami. We wanted to rent a place. So we rented a temple, had a hall upstairs, and we were going to use that big hall, and it was in this part of town called Indiranagar, very populated. And one devotee was there who's going to give us his deities. We didn't have deities yet. And we didn't have any deities, and we're going to put the deities in that hall. And just 3 days before, or a week before, he said, no, we're going to do our own Janmashtami, can't have the deities. And we didn't know what to do. So we called up Vrindavan, and Premananda Prabhu got this devotee Nitin. He bought us deities, and they sent them down with Tridaṇḍī Mahārāja. Tridaṇḍī Mahārāja brought the deities down in a suitcase. Tirtha Maharaj had installed them under Gurudev's guidance, and he brought them down. Beautiful little, Radha Kṛṣṇa, Radha Vinod Bihari, about, you can't see it in the picture here. Let's see. Anyway, nice. And those deities we're going to use. And then this other couple, whose house we were going to live in later, they also brought their deities. And as it turned out, the night before, when we were going to do the Janmashtami festival, in the courtyard of this big temple area, it was all enclosed in a wall, and we were going to go upstairs in this room, and they had a prasadam hall downstairs, but they had a big courtyard. And in that courtyard, all of a sudden, somebody put up a big pandal. We said, what's that? There's going to be another program. We're doing our Janmashtami. But what happened was that some guy, the pandal maker, had made a mistake, and he put his pandal up a week too early. And so our people there talked to him, and he agreed to let us use the pandal. And he also brought rugs, he brought a stage, he brought plants, carpets, walls, everything. And I guess it's because, Radha Vinod Bihari, they came down and they arranged for their own Janmashtami, and it was so opulent and pretty and beautiful, you can't believe it. And so Tridaṇḍī Mahārāja was there for that Janmashtami, and he had brought down Radha and Kṛṣṇa for it. And, one last thing, we had this stage, and there was one flower man in Bangalore. He was the most famous flower guy there, decorator. And he was so famous and good that in Tirupati, where Balaji is, Venkata, what's the other name? Anyway, Balaji. He would be called by them. That's the richest temple in India, that he would be called to do their decoration, most prestigious decoration in all of southern India. And ISKCON had asked him, both ISKCONs, to do their Janmashtami, but he didn't do it. And somehow or other, he was convinced he liked us, and he did our decoration for practically nothing. So it all worked out. And I think Tridaṇḍī Mahārāja gets a lot of credit because he brought down Radha Kṛṣṇa. And Radha Kṛṣṇa are the doers and the arrangers of everything. So year after year, he would come, and wherever we were living, he would make nice connections with those devotees. And then our relationship got deeper and more thick that way. And our relationship really grew. I mentioned that I took sannyas in 2004. He had no interest in taking sannyas. He was living like a vanaprast. Not long after he came to India with his wife, they just agreed to live separate lives. And he did service everywhere. He did a lot of service. His at that time, the main service that both of them were doing actually was in publication. And his first big job, let's see, was it Bhagavad Gita or was it Jaiva Dharma? Bhagavad Gita, I think. Gurudev had translated Bhagavad Gita into Hindi with the commentary of Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur and his own commentary. And he wanted that it be done in English. And so Tridaṇḍī Mahārāja teamed up with one other devotee, very good Sanskrit scholar, Indian devotee, and they began to work on it. And it was a labor of love, but it took quite a bit of time, well over a year to do it, maybe longer. And Tridaṇḍī Mahārāja told me that it was so enlivening for him because every day after they did the, they'd work all day, then they'd send it to Gurudev. And then the next morning, Gurudev would have his program. And then at the end of the program, Gurudev would walk down the steps, from the temple room, go to his quarters, and Tridaṇḍī would be waiting for him. And every morning, Gurudev would talk with them about the book, about what they're doing next, this translation, that purport, this and that. And for that entire time, every day, he was developing a thicker and deeper relationship with Gurudev, right? And he was so happy about that. So happy, he told me. And then he said they finished the book and they gave the book to Gurudev. And he said, so the next morning, Gurudev comes down and Tridaṇḍī Mahārāja is standing there waiting, to talk and to be patted on the head. And he said, and he just walked by and he didn't even look at me, and he says that in that way. And then his eyes opened up wide and he started to laugh. He said, he didn't even look at me, and of course, he said at first it bewildered him, but then he could understand. The Gurudev had this relationship with him, this friendly and then chastising, right? And he said, I knew that the only reason he'd been talking with me that whole time was because I had seva. And now my seva was over. Now, okay, why should I talk to you? And then he did Jaiva Dharma. And Jaiva Dharma was also a huge project. And Gurudev loved that book because that was the first book that his Guru Maharaj had told him to translate into Hindi. So when Tridaṇḍī Mahārāja was doing that with a team, but he was like on point with that, again, his relationship was very, very strong, and they put it out in sections, right? And again, that same kind of experience, because he had the seva, he felt deeply connected, so he knew. And there are many pictures, you see many pictures of him right up there with Gurudev, right? Very close, sometimes right up almost to his ear. And you can understand it's because they're talking about some service. He wasn't just sitting there adoring Gurudev. Oh, you're my guru, pat me on the head. No, he was deeply immersed in some very specific service, and mostly publication, right? But then Gurudev wanted him to take sannyas. And that would have been 2005. And he wasn't interested because he liked his independence, independence in the sense that he had no overt responsibility to the overall group or sangha, other than his specific work and relationship with Gurudev. He said, quite frankly, that's what he liked. And he thought, oh, if I take sannyas, then in the parikram, during, all the festivals, I got to be front and center, this and that. He didn't want that. And he was talking to me about it. He said, should I take it? Should I not? I said, well, how did this come about? And he said, Gurudev told me he wanted me to take sannyas. I said, well, here's what happened to me. And I told him my story. I said, you know, we'd been in Bangalore for 4 months. I was just off the street. That summer, I'd come off the street, gone to India. Gurudev had thrown me in saffron cloth and then told me the day after that, you know, that, you know, I was so freaked out that, oh God, you know, I just 4 months before I'd been, you know, living outside. And he said, don't think this is enough. Be prepared to take more steps. And he glared at me and then turned around, right? And then a few months later, after we'd been in Bangalore for some months, Premananda Prabhu had visited us, and he told Gurudev what we're doing. Gurudev was very happy. He said, I wanted somebody to go there for 30 years. Now someone's finally gone. So we go back. And that was a year that we did parikram in Vrindavan, right? Because Gaudiya Samiti had split and they had mistreated Gurudev. So we were in Vrindavan, and Gurudev was very happy. He said, I've always wanted to do at least one Gaur Purnima in Vrindavan. But we didn't get to see Gurudev as much. We weren't doing regulated parikram and all that. And then someone came up to me and said, oh, Premananda Prabhu has your cloth and sticks. I said, what are you talking about? For your sannyas. I said, what? Yeah, Gurudev wants you to take sannyas. I said, get out of here. Gurudev wants me to take sannyas. Westerners didn't get to take sannyas so easily. You'd ask for it. He'd put you on a list. Last minute, he'd take it away. It could take years, you know. And I didn't ask for it, and I just off the boat. And so anyway, long story short, it happened, right? And then when Gurudev was interviewing us, because he'd always interview with devotees, and there was a number of others that were there, and he'd ask them all why they wanted sannyas, because they'd all asked him for it. And then he asked me, why do you want sannyas? I said, I don't want sannyas. And I said, the only reason I'm here is because you wanted me to have it. He said, oh, and he laughed. He says, but in your heart, you want it, you know? And I said, okay, you don't argue with Gurudev. And I said, all right, Gurudev, I see what's going on here. I don't want sannyas, but if you want me to take it, I'll do it for you. And I'll pray to you to let me uphold this vow. I'll hold on to your lotus feet for the rest of my life. And he said, this is the right answer. That's the story I'm telling Tridaṇḍī Mahārāja. This is the right answer. When my Gurudev told us to take sannyas, we also told him we're not qualified, we didn't want it. He said, it's not your decision, it's the decision of your guru. So I told Tridaṇḍī Mahārāja all this story. And he said, okay, I'll take it. But we were both, we shared the same problem and fear about it. Because back then, when you were like sannyasi, and all of a sudden now you're up on the stage with Gurudev, and who else? You know, really qualified speakers, you know, people that have been with Gurudev for 15, 20 years, heard 4 classes a day, scholars, and even the Westerners, people like Prem Prayojan, who was a Running Maharaj at the time, like that. And if you weren't a good speaker, you got blasted, you know, and we'd see that. There was one sannyasi who wasn't really good yet, and Gurudev would just slash him. Padmanabha was very good. Āśrama Mahārāja was very good, right? And I said, when Gurudev asked me to take, or told me to take, I said, Gurudev, I don't know any tattva at all. And he said, oh, you know enough, you'll be all right. And so Tridaṇḍī Mahārāja we had that same fear. I don't know if Āśrama Mahārāja is still on or not, but when I was about to take sannyas, I asked him about that. I said, Āśrama, what am I going to do? I don't know any tattva. And he said, don't worry about it. If in 5 years you don't know anything, then you have a problem. But you'll get it. You'll be okay, step by step. I said, is anyone going to mentor me? Anybody going to sit me down? Tell me anything? He goes, nah, you know, nah, just do it. You know, so I told Tridaṇḍī, and every parikram, we'd be together and we'd be sitting on the stage. And usually you either had to tell the pastimes or some point of tattva that Gurudev wanted discussed. Usually you got to know what it was, and we'd be freaking out, trying to prepare, coach each other. And this went on for a few years. just sweating it out together. And then looking at each other, always going to call on us. But Gurudev would always give us softballs, something easy. And he'd let us know in advance. And so it was okay. It was okay. We made it through. But we were each other's coaches and also, I don't know, comfort blanket, and we went through that, and because, and we roomed together and we'd walk on the parikram together, and he hated the crowds. Oh God, he hated the crowds. And sometimes he'd sneak out. And he told me this one story that Gurudev told him, "Why are you always being alone? Why are you always trying to go and sneak out," right? I forget the words Gurudev used. "You should be with the group." And he said, "All right, Gurudev, all right." And this is at Surabhi Kunj in Govardhan, right? And he snuck out again. He snuck out. And he had his danda. And he just got impatient. We're there a long time. He didn't want to eat that prasad. It was these big, kind of like fried, they call them malpua, but they're not like Western malpua. They're like big fried pancakes, right? And super spicy potato sabji. That's what we got every year there. And just really hard, and older people. So he said, "I'm leaving. I can't take it." And he said, he took off. And he's walking up the road. He's feeling, okay, good. Now I feel better. And then Gurudev drives by. And Gurudev looks at him and glares at him. And he told me that. And again, he's telling me the story. And he says the horror, but then he also began to laugh. He busted me. He busted me and he glared at me. He didn't speak to him, he just glared at him. And he laughed, because he had such an affectionate relationship with Gurudev, and he didn't mind being busted. He knew he was busted and he accepted the chastisement, but that's who he was. He had a certain kind of personality, a certain independence, but it served him and it served those whom he served. He had a speciality. Not everybody is a big group crowd person, right? But he developed a speciality in the way that he would speak. And he spoke, Āśrama said that. He spoke very systematically. He would prepare very carefully, very nicely. And it always came out. He didn't have confidence in his speaking. Over the years, when we started doing these Zoom conferences together, it was so wonderful. But afterwards, we'd talk, and this last couple of times, especially now that with the internet being what it was, we just talked for like half an hour before and after everything. It's almost like we're in the same room. It's fantastic. So for Parikram in Vrindavan, the whole month, every day we're talking together, before and after. And in this recent Navadvip Parikram, same thing. Very, very wonderful. And he would always express his dissatisfaction with his own talking. And I'd say, "Oh no, it was great. It was so spot on, so understandable, so accessible," right? And I said, "I got so much out of it." And then he would appreciate me, because I just wave my arms and tell stories and holler a lot, and he liked the dramas and the stories. But we're very complimentary, right? And helped each other a lot. And then that last day, that morning I woke up, and for some reason I looked at my phone and I got a message from this devotee who came from Bangalore. His name was Govardhan. Then he came as a kid, and then he moved to Vrindavan and he became a sannyasi after some years. His name's Giri Maharaj. And he sent me a message that Śrīdhādvaitī Mahārāja had left his body, left us. And I can't describe the emotion I felt. I've never felt that same emotion except when Gurudev or Srila Prabhupada left. Many, like I said, many God brothers, God sisters leave, and I feel sad, but I'm reflective and I know it's part of life, this and that. But as soon as I heard that, my mind and heart just cried out and screamed, oh no, I'll never be able to talk to him again. I'll never be able to talk to him again, at least in this life. And I felt so aggrieved and unhappy. And I just couldn't shake it. But then, for days, but then over the next few days, I thought, oh, well, this is his last gift to me, because it's giving me maybe a shadow of what Narottam Das sings about when he sings Jai Anilo Premadana, singing about the separation from Advaitacharya, Mahaprabhu, from the associates of Mahaprabhu, right? How now they've all left me, and shall I enter fire? Shall I dash my head against the rocks? It's so painful. It's like Ramananda Roy answers Mahaprabhu's question, what's the most painful thing in this world? He says, there is no pain in this world that I know except separation from a great devotee. And that's what I, to some extent could feel. I said, oh, he's opened a window to that emotion, because until we feel and taste the mood of separation from Guru, from Vaishnavas, we can't really develop and grow in our bhakti. Separation has to manifest in their heart, because it creates this sense of urgency, greed, loyam, tattara loyam, apimulyam ekalam, right? Only by that greed. And that greed is stimulated by separation, right? So he left in that way. And I think I'll feel it for, the rest of my life. I hope I feel it. I hope I don't become complacent. So that's my dear friend and godbrother. As everyone knows, there's so much more we could all talk about, but everyone wants to speak. And I also have other service to go. I appreciate greatly the opportunity to sneak in this little time and speak about him, because he always was. And I hope we get to reunite somewhere under the guidance of our eternal guardians in the service of Radha and Kṛṣṇa in Vrindavan. So all glories to our Bhaktivedanta Tridaṇḍī Goswami Maharaj, Lord Premanande, Hari Hari Bol. I send it back to the moderators. Then I have to run. Very sorry. Hari Bol.
Thank you so much, Maharaj, for making.
Good to see you, Dilip.
Yeah, he's next. He's next.
He's next. Oh,
yeah.
Maybe I'll take my computer with me. Okay, because I'm in the temple right now, but I got more to do.
I'll be really quick if you're there for a minute or two, Maharaj. It'd be lovely to just speak to you as well in a moment, but I appreciate
All right, I'll stay.
Okay, great.
Turn off my audio here. Hari Bol.
Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Kṛṣṇa, Hari Kṛṣṇa, Kṛṣṇa Kṛṣṇa, Hari Hari, Hari Ram, Hari Ram, Ram Ram, Hari Hari. Gāyatrī Didi Mahārāja. I was just very grateful there when you were speaking, Mahārāja, about what happened all those years ago. For those that you don't know me, it's really a great pleasure and honor to be here. I was very privileged to meet Tridaṇḍī Mahārāja and the devotees in 2007. And as you mentioned, Mahārāja, it was by Gurudev's blessing that I was able to meet with the devotees. My good friend, our good friend Yaśasvinī introduced me many years ago, and the brief was, in those days when I met Tridaṇḍī Mahārāja and the devotees, was to help the devotees express some very difficult subjects that were some very tender and intimate subjects, whether it was about women having, ladies having a chance to speak up, the relationship between sannyasis and let's say different levels of devotees. So when I met Tridaṇḍī Mahārāja, in fact, I was so happy to hear what you were saying, Mahārāja, because my recollection was very different. You'd said that Mahārāja was quite happy that these programs were going on. I had a different impression, so you've already helped me to appreciate that. My recollection was that when a lot of devotees were very grateful and happy with the input that I was able to bring under Gurudev's blessings. But I remember Tridaṇḍī Mahārāja saying, Gurudev, I don't need to be in these meetings, you know, because everything about Mahārāja was about his direct bhakti and devotion to Kṛṣṇa. And so his initial reaction, I understood, was, why are we doing this? You know, it's nice that we speak and we can have greater harmony, but that's not, you know, that's not real direct bhakti. So whatever Gurudev said to him, he was so gracious, and I thought he went along with it a bit reluctantly, but it was nice to hear from you that he found it to be valuable later. My relationship with Tridaṇḍī Mahārāja is very, very limited in terms of time, but what I've learned to appreciate from all the devotees is that one moment with such a extraordinary personality is worth so much. And Tridaṇḍī Mahārāja, you know, I think we may have spoken on a handful of occasions, but there was one particular moment where Yashoda had suggested I meet Tridaṇḍī Mahārāja about 10 years ago in London. And Mahārāji, I was quite looking forward to it, but it was a very, very, very tough exchange. He was brutal, and I now see that as his mercy, but it was brutal. I think he said about 3 things. And one of the things he said to me, because my work is to work with different organizations and people about transformational change, and he said, very piercingly, he said, don't be psychological. Now, anybody could say that to somebody, but I think he really knew what he was saying. Well, I know he knew what he was saying. He was looking into my heart. And I found that to be quite disturbing at the time, because he was speaking in a very stern manner. And I was quite shaken by the other things that he said. He only said about 3 things, but it was very quick. But I realized that Mahārāja was very knowledgeable about people and our natures. And what matters most to all of us is our relationship with our ultimate goal and with Guru and with Kṛṣṇa. So Mahārāja didn't want to waste a second. Why would I want to be psychological when I can talk about bhakti or other things? So he was very, very precise in his language and what he had to say that day. And I refer back to that frequently. That's what I meant by, although it was a very short conversation, it really stirred something in me. And by the way, it was more than that. But my point is that Mahārāja had this extraordinary talent of being able to get to the heart of a master. And I think it came from his clarity of his goal, his devotional service, and nothing was ever going to get in the way of that. And that's a very, very remarkable, clear ideal for me. Now, Mahārāja was also very humble and would never have spoken about himself that way, but that's the person he was. A lot of the information, knowledge, and experience of Tridaṇḍī Mahārāja came from devotees, not from first-hand experience. So Yashodanandan, I think what somebody said this before, you know, he would have about 7 people or 8 people in his life, and he would only go to those people for his whatever was next. And you can imagine what he went to Tridaṇḍī Mahārāja for, and that was Shastra, the highest ideals. He knew that he was the authority on these subjects. So he may have spoken to other devotees, but he said to me so many times, Tridaṇḍī Mahārāja, I need to speak to him. He'd do his own homework, his own thinking. He'd speak to different people, but Tridaṇḍī Mahārāja was the authority in certain areas. There was no other person that could match Mahārāja's highest ideal and dedication. So I find myself, you know, knowing Tridaṇḍī Mahārāja through his friends and his associates that had much closer association with him. I'm very grateful that I had that moment with him. I found Mahārāja to be childlike, serious, like a bit intimidating through his character, his deep knowledge and dedication. But I also see that as an opportunity to raise my game in life, in my bhakti. So on the one hand, it's intimidating. On the other hand, it's very alluring, because he taught us, if you're going to be in, be all in. Don't deviate. Don't hang around. And that's really quite a tough example. I think Maharaji was a leader. He led by example. He had humility. He wasn't looking to be a leader. His seva was to teach as well as to his japa. And, for me, that's something that will stay with me forever. So many other things I could say about Maharaji, but he was, he had so many qualities. But I think his humility combined with his unwavering seva is quite remarkable. And I think Āśrama Mahārāja was saying, there are a few of you left of that generation. So I'm extremely fortunate and grateful to have had this opportunity to be with Mahārāja. And I'll always treasure his words and his service and see if I can, take a bit of that into my own heart. So Tarun Prabhu, thank you so much for encouraging me. I was thinking, what on earth could I say? But I would have been doing such a disservice to Mahārāja not to speak of him, given I had the amazing fortune to spend just a moment with him. So thank you to everybody. Hare Kṛṣṇa.
Thank you.
Lovely to see you. Āśrama Mahārāja, Yashodhari, other people I don't know. God bless you. May Kṛṣṇa be with you and send you my blessings and prayers and deepest appreciation. Because when I was with the devotees in 2007, a lot of people said, we're so grateful that you're here. And I did say to them many times, no, I'm the one that's grateful. And it was, of course, all of Gurudev's arrangement that I was able to have such amazing opportunities. So thank you so much. Hare Kṛṣṇa.
Great ball. Thank you so much. And thank you. I didn't get to thank Vaikhānasa Mahārāja as well, but I want to say thank you so much, Mahārāja, because, you two together were, for the last two and for prior Zoom parikrams, you were guiding us between the two of you, and between both of your limited time slots, you would take us all around the Dham, and it was so nice to see both of you working together, planning. And I was just remembering actually yesterday how during Vrindavan Parikram, Vaikhānasa Mahārāja, you were acting this one pastime when I think Srimati Radhika gets bit by a snake, and you were doing the voice of the king of the snakes. And I was just looking at Tridaṇḍī Mahārāja, looking at his image in the corner, and he was, you could see he was loving it so much. He must have been like we were all loving it, but he must have been the one loving it the most. You could see he was so happy, like watching you conduct this impromptu play. So yeah, we're so grateful to hear from you. Thank you. And thank you so much, Dilip Prabhu, for making time for us as well and sharing your remembrances. So we will conclude here. I think we will conclude here, but our closing kirtan is from Nalini. I'm not sure she's on yet.
I thank you all. I've got to run. I wanted to stay a little extra. Thank you for your closing comments. Tridaṇḍī, half the time I did dramas extra just because he got such a kick out of it. Afterwards, he'd just be laughing. He would be talking about it. So, I'm a hand. Okay. Thank you all. Good to see you all. Nityananda, Dilip, Madhukar, Haribol, Haribol.
Haribol, Vaikhānasa Mahārāja.
Hare
So
Krishna.
nice to see you. Hare Krishna.
Again, too. Haribol.
Haribol.
Jai. Okay. So I can't see Nalini. And I think I've been on Zoom for Madhukar, are you sure though? Wait, she's coming. She's coming. Sorry, I've been on Zoom for a long time. But Madhukar, you should go to bed. You should go to bed. Yeah, we're so grateful for your presence, though. It's so nice seeing you. I felt comforted because today was a bit of a roller coaster. Now I'm not really meant to say these things on live, am I? No.
No, you're not, Tarun. You're not meant to say these things.
You should go to bed. You should go to bed. Sorry.
Maybe you can announce that Madhukar's program tomorrow, or Madhu, if he's available to announce who's speaking tomorrow.
Nalini is here, so I'll
let Madhu just say who's speaking tomorrow on the morning program, just so that he has that.
Dandavad pranams, everybody. Well, I'm actually working it out right now, but maybe Bhūdhara Mataji from New Zealand, and also maybe Braj Kishori from Mowilimba, and but I have a few people who might speak, and nothing's fully confirmed yet. So surprised what happens tomorrow. But yeah, the program will be 7 a.m. India time. So, Hare Krishna.
But you can catch up on any of the morning programs on our YouTube pages. And also Tridaṇḍī Mahārāja will also Tridaṇḍī Mahārāja's disciple will also upload the programs onto his YouTube channel at some point as well.
Mm-hmm. Okay. But just to clarify, they're on both Madhukar Prabhu's YouTube channel and the Bhakti Zoom Saver team. And yeah, some really wonderful remembrances. So they're on the live section. So I recommend to all, if you want to hear more, to go there. Anyway, we'll hand over to Nalini Didi to sing our closing kirtan.
Hi, Haribol, Dandavad. Sorry, I just returned from India, so apologies. Okay. So I just want to first offer my obeisances unto Gurudev and also Bhaktivedanta Śrīpāda Mahārāja. And he actually requested me to sing this song, Bandhu Sange. I think it was during Kartik time, but I actually refused and sang something else. But that's what I recall. That I think this song he really wanted to hear. So I'm going to sing it now. So Bandhu Sange. Bandhu Sange Jadi Tava Ranga Parihas. Bandhu Sange Jadi Tava Ranga Parihas. Thake Abhilas, Thake Abhilas, Bandhu Sange Jadi Tava Ranga Parihas.
তবে মোরা কথা রাখো, যেও না কো মথুরায় কেশে তীর্থ ঘাটের সকাশ। গোবিন্দ বিগ্রহ ধরে তথায় আছে না হরে, নয়নে বঙ্কিমা দৃষ্টি মুখে মন্দহাস। কিবা ত্রিভঙ্গম থাম বর্ণ সমুজ্জ্বল শ্যাম, নবকিশলায় শোভা শ্রীঅঙ্গে প্রকাশ। বন্ধু সঙ্গে যদি তব রঙ্গ পরিহাস, আধারে বংশীতি তার অনাথের মূলাধার। শিখিছু ডাকিও ভাই করোনা বিশ্বাস, সে মূর্তি নয়নে ফিরে কেহ নাহি গারে ফিরে। সংসারী গৃহীরাজে গো হয়া সর্বনাশ, তাই মোর মনে বড় তাই মোর মনে বড় ত্রাস। ঘটিবে বিপদ ভারী, যেও না কহে সংসারে, মথুরায় কেশে তীর্থ ঘাটের সকাশ। মথুরায় কেশে তীর্থ ঘাটের সকাশ। বন্ধু সঙ্গে যদি তব রঙ্গ পরিহাস, বন্ধু সঙ্গে যদি তব রঙ্গ পরিহাস। থাকে অভিলাষ থাকে অভিলাষ, বন্ধু সঙ্গে যদি তব রঙ্গ পরিহাস। হরে কৃষ্ণ 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 হরে হরে, হরে রাম 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 হরে হরে, হরে কৃষ্ণ 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 হরে হরে, হরে রাম 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 হরে হরে। জয় গুরুদেবা জয় গুরুদেবা, গুরুদেবা জয় গুরুদেবা, জয় প্রভুপারা জয় প্রভুপারা, প্রভুপারা জয় প্রভুপারা। নিতাই গৌর হরি বল হরি বল, হরি বল নিতাই গৌর হরি বল, নিতাই গৌর হরি বল হরি বল, হরি বল নিতাই গৌর হরি বল। Thank you so much, Srila Bhaktivedanta Tridaṇḍī Mahārāja ki jai. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Vancha kalpa trubhyascha kripa sindhu bhayavacha patitanam pavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo namo namaha. So tomorrow we will be starting a little bit later at around 2:45 UK time, which is 8:15 India time, and that's 3:45 PM for most of Europe. So I will see you all tomorrow.